Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so.
Good morning. I think I'm the only one here. Nobody's here yet. It's early. I'll give you guys time to get in here. Um, some interesting developments have happened, so we'll get to those in a minute. Where's all my people at? Good morning, Miss Butterfly. See, there it is. Now my stream chat's catching up to the actual chat. Good morning, ma'am. How are you this morning? You can hear me good? Everything's going good? All right. We will wait a few minutes and let everybody get in. It's early, and some people aren't even out of bed yet. So, as usual, we'll give them time to get in here. You was having coverage issues. Oh, no. I see you in here now. Okay. So we got some interesting stuff to look at this morning. Well, a piece to look at quickly before trial starts, if we get to it before the trial starts this morning. If not, we got some stuff to review at lunchtime. Oh my goodness. So I fell asleep, early last night, which I don't know why. I felt so tired. So I just went to bed, and I woke up and I was thinking about some things and turned on the TV, and lo and behold, if they weren't talking about what I was thinking about on TV, which led me to get up and start researching. And yeah, I've been doing that all morning. Oh, thank you. I sound good. Good. Yeah. So remember when Bucknick, whatever the heck his name is, Joe had made a comment, if we could put a bubble above his head, what would it say? And I said, defeated was the first thing that came to my mind. I think I know why he felt or looked defeated. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why Yuri was looking a little depressed in the courtroom. He landed himself on the Brady list, and he knew it was coming. And we're going to take a look at that. That and much more. Corruption, and how deep does it actually go, right? We know that corruption exists. We just don't know the extent of it sometimes. And it's unfortunate because it makes all the cops look like they're out there doing shady stuff. And we know that's not true. But we can't have the boys in blue running amok doing what they want. It's just not cool. It's not healthy. It's not, good for justice at all. Yeah, wow. Girl, you ought to see some of the stuff they got him on that Brady list that's listed. Everything that he talked about in court. And that's why he had that look on his face, because he absolutely knew he was going down. So anybody that wants to come back and say, oh, all this, I think you need to read that. That's what I'm going to say to those people. After reviewing some of the stuff that I was reviewing early this morning, I was like, oh, wow, Maybe I am free Karen Reed after all. Whoops, not my fault. They made it happen. Butterfly, we ended up having a really good turnout yesterday for the stream for the trial. Um, our numbers fluctuate, because everybody's watching it everywhere, but we had a pretty good turnout yesterday, so that was nice. I have to be careful going forward playing some videos that have music in the background because I'm really tired of having to go back and edit that stuff out at the end of the day when I get notified by the YouTubes that, hey, music found. Like, I'm going to start silencing that music. And I'm looking at the court feed as well, and they're not in the court yet. They were showing earlier that Reed and her team were arriving, and well, they weren't arriving; they were just outside the courtroom as usual, law and crime. But now they don't have that up; they have something different, some other little scene in the background. Like, I don't even know what that is. It's scary. I'm surprised they haven't asked. I think they did ask for a dismissal, Butterfly, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe trial one. I don't really remember, um, but I think there's going to be a lot to come of this because of the wording on the Brady list stuff. It was absolutely to do with this case, and the messed up part is the jury's not going to know he landed on that Brady list, but they saw what they saw in court, right? And I hope they were paying attention to exactly what he said because he said things that weren't true. So we will definitely take a look at that. And so I got to thinking earlier, I knew because I've been around a long time. Unfortunately, I've been here a long time, and I've seen police corruption scandals, throughout the years, and I know about the ones in New Orleans years ago, back in the 90s, and the ones back in New York before that. So I was looking up stories on that stuff, and then it led me to Massachusetts corruption. Yeah, it runs deep, apparently, starting at the top all the way to the bottom. So it made me question a lot of things. How can you trust multiple departments if they're in trouble, you know? Big time trouble. And it appears it goes from the top in the government all the way down to the beat cops. So you have to ask yourself, what were these law enforcement officers who are involved in this case? How deep, how long y'all been like that, right? What y'all been a part of in the past? I'm sure the feds are having a field day with that investigation they think is closed. Maybe it is. Maybe arrests are coming. We don't know. It's the feds. But I can tell you this, every time there is a police scandal and corruption is involved, the feds are coming. And when you look at some of the other stories I talk about with what happened in New Orleans all those years ago, in New York, a couple other states, you'll see how heavily involved the feds actually get into this and what they ask certain people to do on behalf of the investigation. It's insane. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, Butterfly, because I didn't pay attention to all that mess in the first trial because it got so chaotic, and plus I was deep in Delphi, so I don't know anything about that. I know that the thumb drive was brought up again, but Mr. Yuri lied about a lot of things. So yeah, they're letting this case move forward. So I don't know what's come of all that. There's too many layers, and I don't know all of them. But I know there's corruption in Massachusetts, and it's been there for not since 1964. I know that. I think I want somebody to look into all that. Well, they have, but come on, man. We'll see how far that corruption really goes in Massachusetts, and did it touch these other agencies? When I say other, I mean Canton, Police Department, Boston Police Department, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Because we're going to see in that New Orleans case, they absolutely tried to throw the ATF agent under the bus because they was working in cahoots with the local law enforcement. And what do we have here? We have an ATF agent who was given an office in the Canton Police Department, even though he is not a member of the Canton Police Department, because he had a trauma bond with a buddy, giving full access to the police department after that. Here you go. Have your way around my department, Mr. ATF guy. Mm-mm. Now we have more questions than we have answers, unfortunately. That was a loud truck that just passed outside my window. I really hope they do. They need to be held accountable, Butterfly. There's so much, right? And I didn't realize, I mean, I knew there were whispers about, not whispers, there was talk, right, out there, but I was just wasn't focused on Karen Reed. But when my brain gets to going and I think of something, I start looking up stuff and whoa, wow. I was like, oh, shoot. Like I said, I've known about a lot of police corruption over the years, and it's really bad that it happens. And they need to be held accountable because you can't have police going rogue and doing what they want. That is so not fair to the rest of us. I'm not gonna put up or give them a free pass. That was locker room banter talk. Well, some of y'all aren't giving Karen Reed a free pass for being a woman looking for love, but we're gonna give all these male cops free passes on their locker room talk. No, I don't think so. Women are here to hold y'all accountable, misters. Y'all ain't getting away with that no more. Since that orange guy made that statement, oh, that was locker room banter. It became acceptable in America, didn't it? We just need to ignore it. I've never ignored that bull. Y'all aren't going to ignore what I say. I don't live in a world where I give men free passes for just being men. You know what I mean? Be a good human. How about that? I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Just be a good human. Gosh. They're showing outside the courtroom. That looks like Taj Mahal on top of that courtroom. I've never seen it look like that. I've never seen that kind of angle before. That's crazy. Um, yeah, I've never heard of that. You'd think you have an office at the ATF, right? Why does he need an office at the local police department? Y'all work in conjunction that closely with one another, do you now? Tell us more, right? Tell us more about your little I can't say the word, liaison that you got going on. Well, they're not going to get away with much more, I don't think. Mm-hmm. Butterfly, I was sipping my coffee, and you're so right. That batshit crazy is scary, isn't it? I've been accused a time or two of being that. Can y'all tell? No, I'm joking. Me and my sister accuse each other of being that sometimes. We knowing we both just alike. Oh, I meant to do something. I messed up my screen. I don't know. That is, why did they allow it? Did they not realize that their ATF agent had an office down there? Are they just not watching him? I don't know. That is a good question. Why would they allow that if they knew about it, right? Was it a violation of something? Is it common practice? I feel like in Massachusetts they've been common practicing since the 1960s, even though they've gotten in trouble a few times over the years. Not just recently, but since 1988 to be in fact. Well, 64 it started. Something else happened in 88. Something else happened after that. Yeah, we're going to look at all of that. So how come these things continue to happen in this state, right? And these multiple investigations are launched in y'all ought to see the Massachusetts State Police has been under investigation for a very long time. And there have been charges against Massachusetts State Police. So they're already fully aware these guys are shady. When I say they, I mean the feds. And that's probably why they stepped in to heavily investigate once accusations were made, because they know they've had to investigate them multiple times in the past. It's bad enough that you get one investigation, but when you got multiple multiple investigations up in your department, you need to ask questions. Yeah, I don't know. Was it an FBI agent or was it another ATF agent? That part I didn't catch. I don't remember. I have to go look at my notes. I know it was his friend that helped him, but was it an FBI guy? Because FBI, no, that's not acceptable. Y'all know that. You're the damn FBI. Ain't nobody going to help me with my phone extractions. So the FBI that investigates all of this is like, oh, I'll walk you through a little phone extraction. So you had the phone extraction device there, and he's like, how do I use it? Teach me on the phone. That had to be an interesting conversation. Push this button, now push that button, now push this button, now hit the delete button. What? If it's so easy to pull an extraction by walking someone through the process, why are we listening to Celebrate people get up there and talk for hours and hours about phone extractions, right? Y'all just call Higgins. He's got this. He knows how to get walked through it. Jeez. Look, I don't go hating on the FBI. FBI didn't do anything in this case, right, except for investigate it. How far? They've investigated them multiple times. FBI hired the ARCA people. Good morning, Firefly. Um, so, I don't know that the FBI is the bad guy here. I've not seen that yet. I see Boston Police Department, Canton Police Department, and a rogue ATF agent over here. And then the stuff I looked at this morning, and how heavy corruption in the Massachusetts State Police goes, and how they have been held accountable by the FBI in the past. Yeah, I'm not so sure the FBI is the bad guy here. Because we don't know the results of their latest investigation. And think about it logically for a minute. Are the feds going to come out during the middle of a trial, no matter what they think about her innocence or guilt? They're not there for that. They're there to see if those officers are on the up and up. And so they're going to let this ride. Now we got him on the Brady list as of yesterday. Bucknick, whatever your name is. So what else is there? There's going to be more fallout, I think. We'll see. And if they have uncovered stuff, are they going to come out and tell us about it right now? What? Firefly, they got you all discombobulated and messed up. Tell them you've been waiting on that new job to start and they can't even get it together. We're not going to, that's not acceptable. She's like that. Yeah, it is. I can be here. I hope we're done with Yuri. Yuri's done. He's on the Brady list. We're going to look at that in a minute. That's why he was looking all sad and depressed in court the other day. We were like, yeah, he's looking a little concerned there. He had every right to be concerned because he knew exactly everything he was saying in court was landing him on the Brady list at the end of the day, and boy, did it. Guys, they still have the feed pulled up, so I'm going to pull up that Brady list thing and we'll look at that real quick before they start, because we have other things to review at lunch. Did I add it to the bookmarks bar? Let's see. Let me go down here to the bottom. Where are you at? Oh, I know where I put it. Over here in Karen Reed's folder. Okay, the official statement. I'll pull this up. I'm keeping an eye on the stream on the side over here. All right, you guys can see that. Let me move me completely out of the way. There we go. Okay. Now, of course, I'm not going to order that Brady list for $99. I don't care. All right. The Massachusetts Brady list includes all known issues of police misconduct, do not call status, decertification, public complaints, and all that. They go list all that. Okay. Look at that. Look at that face. Okay, Massachusetts State Police. They give the address. We don't care. Official statement. Here's the charges that he landed him on the list: false statements, abuse of authority, misconduct, corporative misconduct. We didn't make that up, right? This is right off their damn website. Okay, the official statement. In the course of Sergeant Yuri Bucknick's testimony during the Karen Reed trial, May 8th and 9th of 2025, defense counsel exposed a series of investigative and procedural deficiencies that directly bear on his credibility and the integrity of the prosecution's case. These disclosures constitute Brady material, evidence that must be disclosed to the defense and support adding Sergeant Bucknick to the Brady list. Good morning, Sejoy. Welcome in. Inadequate documentation of evidence recovery. Oh boy, I love that part because I was spot on about something I said yesterday. Inadequate documentation of evidence recovery. Bucknick acknowledged recovering only 6 pieces of plastic and 14 pieces of glass from the scene, but failed to record their precise locations. GPS coordinates? I don't want a dot on a piece of paper. You can add that with it if you want, but I need more than a dot on a piece of paper in your general vicinity stuff. Instead of noting they came, he failed to record the precise locations, instead noting they came from a vague 40 to 50 square foot area. Proper scene documentation is fundamental to preserving the chain of custody for physical evidence. Number 2, backdated and secondhand evidence labeling. Under cross-exam, Bucknick admitted that evidence bag labels were completed after the fact, potentially relying on recollections of others rather than contemporaneous notes, thereby raising questions as to whether the labeling accurately reflects who collected each item and when. And that's very important. You have to know who did what. Number 3, delayed discovery of new evidence. Items attributed to the initial scene were in fact discovered by a different trooper, Michael Proctor, as late as February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe's body was found. Again, we're going to have them people, well, the snow was so deep. Okay, whatever. Buckin, I don't even know how to say his name half the time. Bucknick himself had previously swept the same area without finding those fragments, suggesting that melting snow or other factors may have introduced displaced evidence. Now, he swept the area, didn't find nothing. Here comes your boy Proctor on the 18th. Look what all I just found. That dang melting snow. Impaired witness recollection. Bucknick could not recall basic details such as whom he spoke with at the scene or what exactly was communicated, undermining the reliability of his testimony and critical investigative steps. Too bad the jury won't see this. They only got to see him in action, and I hope they picked up on what he was putting down. Number 5, supervision of disgraced investigator. As Proctor's supervisor, Bucknick presented in court the very same unprofessional and vulgar text messages that led to Proctor's dismissal or misconduct. His role in bringing those texts into evidence highlights a lapse in oversight and subordinate officers whose conduct itself Brady material. Taken together, these admissions go to the heart of prosecutorial integrity and officers' credibility as a witness. Federal and state courts have held that evidence undermining an officer's truthfulness and soundness of evidence collection must be disclosed to the defense under Brady v. Maryland. Bucknick's failure in documentation, chain of custody, recollection, and supervisory oversight clearly satisfied those criteria and warrant his inclusion on the Brady list. There you go, guys. They're going to show you the Bill of Rights, their amicus brief in case you think you've been violated, the 1983 complaints. Yeah, we're going to look at all that stuff later. But there you go. Mr. Dunn got himself landed in hot water because they know the truth about him, right? Oh, snap. He got what's coming. He got look, he got bit square in the you know what by that karma train, didn't he? This dude has no integrity whatsoever, does he, Sajoy? They none of them do apparently, because what I was looking at this morning, I'm telling y'all, this Massachusetts state police corruption goes far back. Let's go back as far as 1964, shall we? We'll go take a we'll go take a trip through time during lunch, y'all. We'll visit some stuff that happened in 1988 as well. We'll talk about how 21 state troopers were investigated from one specific troop that was dismantled afterwards. I'm side eyeing that Massachusetts State Police Department. Some side eyeing the whole state. That's another state on my checklist of do not visits. They're right up there with Indiana. Kentucky's on the list too. I'm not done with you, Kentucky. We're coming for you. um, this affects the whole case against her. You would think so, Butterfly. I don't see how this case against her should be allowed to continue. And I was watching court TV. I think it was in the middle of the night because, like I said, I fell asleep. But when I woke up, they had a show dropped because actually another YouTuber I watched before I fell asleep mentioned something about court TV was going to be airing that night because they had seen them out there at the courthouse. I don't know. Anyway, so I watched it, and there's some interesting things said in that episode. If we have time, we'll get to some of that. What's going on outside the courthouse, inside, just different things. So, yeah, we're going to take a look at some of that. I don't want to get something pulled up right now because we know they're going to start court soon. Yeah, trip on the time machine. We're going to go back in time we got some articles to read. It may take more than a day to get through their corruption. I'm telling y'all. Depends on how long Bev decides to take that lunch. We might read stuff in little breaks. The morning break, we'll read a couple of things too that I got saved. I know, I write, Joy. I think they're so used to keeping, from what I've been reviewing, and the fact this corruption goes all the way back to 1964 and appears to start at the top in the government, all the way down to city council corruption. So, who all's getting kickbacks? Who's getting hush money? Who's fudging reports? Who's running scams? It's all there throughout the whole. It's there. You can't. It's. We're going to look at all of that. So, I wondered, were a couple of these officers already involved in corruption, which made this easier to corrupt. And they didn't think they would have a ton of eyes on them outside of their little town, right? They didn't expect it to escalate to the level that it did. And then what do you do once that starts to happen? It's not the first time that kind of thing has happened. And people start getting death threats and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, there's tainted evidence, and I don't. If I was a juror, though, I would be so mad if I found her guilty and then I find out that all this has happened in the meantime. All the investigations, they have to. The jury knows there's been investigations because shit, they were sitting there questioning Jen, you know, and they brought out that she was questioned by another agency about her specific testimony. They did that early in the court, early in the procedure. So hopefully the jury can kind of figure it out. And hopefully the defense can lay it out a little better when they present their case, right? What all are they going to be allowed to say about this corruption issue they may or may not have going down over there? But if you got cops that are already corrupt and they're already used to doing a lot of things and getting their way, it's not a stretch to imagine they did something this night. They didn't just turn bad because a bad incident happened in the house. You know what I mean? I question their idea to put him in the yard because that's kind of stupid, honestly. If I am a cop or just a person trying to unalive somebody, I'm not about to throw that body in my yard and they put the heat on me. I'm getting rid of it. That's theories, guys. I'm just saying, put yourself in their mind for a moment. I'm like, why would they do that? That's so ridiculous. They didn't know Karen was going to come up in the yard in a little while hollering, "Did I hit him? Did I hit him?" Well, they got lucky with that, didn't they? I still don't know what their thought process was behind that. Were they all just too drunk to think, "Oh, I just get him out of here and throw him in the yard"? What? So some things still aren't adding up, but the corruption's there. Good morning, Carrie. How are you? Everybody getting up and getting their day started. My crew's gone for the day. The animals are settled. It's a pretty day outside. I wonder who they will call first today. They should be done with Yuri, though. I don't know what else. Because the other day, or yesterday, defense said like 10 more minutes with Yuri or whatever. So I don't know. I think Yuri's done. We've heard enough from you, sir. Go sit down. You can't come out here and justify anything you've done. All you can do is make yourself look worse. But hey. Oh, look. I've known for years these cops will cover for each other. That's what I said earlier in the program when we first started. I've known about police corruption for years and years and years. I've lived 3 hours from New Orleans. One of the biggest police corruption scandals in the country erupted in New Orleans back in the day. I was here for it. Right, me and my mom was all about that. We don't have corruption. We don't put up with it. I watched all kinds. My mom used to make me watch politics with her. We would watch court trials together. We would discuss all the things. Police corruption and injustice was something my mama could not tolerate, right? So as I'm thinking about that stuff laying in the bed in the middle of the night and got up and started doing some research on the, Massachusetts people, I was like, whoa, yeah, good old boys will cover for each other. And you don't got to be from tiny town America to be a good old boy. You can be from the big city too and to be just as corrupt, if not more. Those local boys, it's a tight knit group because there's not that many. But when you reach these larger cities, it branches out to up to 100 officers involved, like back in New Orleans back in the day. And they will absolutely lie and cover for each other. That's how it starts. We're going to look at one cop. If we don't do it today, we'll look at it tomorrow about how he accidentally stumbled into it and became a part of it because he didn't. I mean, it's like, why would you guys do that? And we'll look at another cop who just said, no, 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 this isn't right. I'm not having it. And then how it ruined his career because he spoke out. Look, yep, here's the thing. Even if she did do it, murder's not here. Why would y'all cops go to great lengths? Well, we know why. Yuri read messages and he's like, oh my God, this lady's vicious. She's trying to hook up with Higgins on the side. She's da. We heard all the nonsense he said. So that no. Y'all determined murder from some text messages? Did y'all read your own text messages? That's what I felt like asking them. So did you read your own messages? You're on your thumbs up over there. But Karen Reed's guilty because she texted a man. I'm so over that right now. I swear, if one more person comes in and says anything about Karen Reed is guilty because of that text message or it made her look bad or whatever, did you read the rest of the messages? Were you listening? That's what I feel about that, And I was watching, so when that court TV piece came on last night, Joseph Scott Morgan got on there and was talking. And I was like, I'm going to perk up and listen to him because I like him. I pick and choose my experts wisely. So I was listening to him, and he says that is absolutely not an arm that was hit by a car. But their theory on what happened to the arm is, I was like, oh, well, let me take a look at the map because I'm a country girl and I know some raccoon behavior. I know what kind of areas they like to be in. They don't really like a residential neighborhood. Not around here anyway. They prefer the woods and hanging out near the streams and scavenging your garbage and whatever they can do. There happens to be a big old wooded area right behind 38 Fairview with a creek. I was like, there is a good possibility raccoons were out there. If it was a full on residential neighborhood, I would be like, don't know about that, but could it have been from a scavenger animal? Could it have been from the dog? There's enough reasonable doubt to say that could have been, right? There's your reasonable doubt. And I don't even know if it's about did Karen Reed hit him anymore. Excuse me. I don't even know if because the defense says she never hit him, and I get that, but they're doing a really good job at throwing the reasonable doubt on why she didn't hit him, because she wasn't vicious in her text messages about going after him. And then you got the cops in the house and what all. The defense is going to lay out more of what went on in that house once their case is being presented. They can't get up there and present their case right now because the state is all they can do is get up there and cross-examine those witnesses. So what all are they going to bring forward when they present their case, right? That's what I'm interested. That's when the sparks will fly and the popcorn needs to come out. And we'll see how many objections and overrules we get. They might aggravate me. Yeah, I'm in Northwest Florida. I can only tell you all about raccoon behavior around here. Within the city limits and in residential neighborhoods, you're rarely going to see them. But out here where I'm at, you might see them. It depends. Certain areas will have a heavier population of the raccoons, where certain ones won't. I grew up knowing the raccoons were just out there. They'd come up at night and scare the crap out of us, and little beady eyes looking at us, all kind of stuff. My cousin thought one was a cat in the tree one time. We're like, dude, that's a raccoon. Where you been? You're not listening. You're not paying attention. It's not a cat, dude. Don't go try to get it. So I don't know, but there is a large wooded area behind the home between them and the airport. And there is a pretty large creek. I don't know if it's a creek or a river. It looks like a creek to me that runs through there. I'm still not convinced Karen Reed ran that man over. There's too much sketchiness going on with that whole story. It's a story at this point. It's a cute story they're trying to tell me that they have not proven to me yet at all. What they have proven to me is there's corruption in the state, and you got some shady cops doing a lot of shady things. So therefore, yeah, what are we supposed to do with that, right? What are we supposed to do with that? A raccoon tore a hole through your roof a few months ago. My God, those things, they don't play. It's just like them damn raccoons. Right? Okay, so Firefly, that's a good comment. Thank you, because the way Joseph Scott Morgan and the other guy were describing it, it looked like, the raccoon type animal or whatever could have caused those, because the raccoon's nails are so much sharper than a dog. They use them. That's what they grab and climb trees and all the things with. But the one expert said he could literally see little chew type marks. And I've already listened to that one dog expert talk about how a dog would bite with the front of its teeth versus going in with the back. Also, a thing about a dog, and they described this pretty good on Court TV. And when I've talked about how my husband got attacked, and we know Daniel over at Drunk Turkey got attacked, these dogs leave giant holes. They don't play. And a dog will keep going. And I'm telling y'all, it's hard to get a dog off a human once they latch on. Was you at home when it happened, Butterfly? Probably freaked you out. You didn't know what was going on. Breaking out all the weapons, running around the house looking for the noise. I could picture it. I could picture it. Sorry, guys, I'm multitasking. I'm just going to get my banner up there so I don't forget to put it up there in a few minutes. They are still not inside the courtroom yet. So, yeah, I like that the old guy got put on the Brady list because he flat out deserved it. We could all sit there and see the disgust in his eyes because he knew what was happening. And sitting up there lying, trying to cover for Proctor. The state is doing such a job trying to downplay Proctor, period, and act like he didn't do all this stuff. It was cool when the defense handed him a binder showing him where everything that was touched by Proctor, right? They get in your attic, Butterfly? Squirrels usually do that around here. Sometimes there can be big, huge raccoons in certain neighborhoods, but you always need to look for some woods and some water source around those neighborhoods, right? They're not going to be wandering around a full-on city neighborhood with no trees, right? They're like, we don't need you. There ain't no trees. Reed's trial was canceled for today. Who says that? No court. Oh, just now says that. Okay, Carrie, thank you. I looked over. It says just in. No court today. Holy hell. Hang on. We got to find some news pieces about this, guys. Hold on a minute. Let me see what I can come up with. Why ain't Law and Crime coming on and talking about it? Court canceled. Do we get a drop in charges? I bet the judge is flipping out this morning. She's like, what in the world? Okay, let's see. I don't know who that is. I don't want to put them. It's hard to stream what other people are put. Some streamers, they're like, no, you can't use my stuff. So let me look for a news report that we can figure out. And then we'll go look at some other stuff that I was talking about. Since we're not going to have court today, they could have done this on the 15th though, because I got to cover that Koberger hearing. Good Lord. Y'all, they're going to try to mess up my whole week. All right, let's see. Why isn't... Hey, Truth. Girl, I live around peanut fields. This year, I think they're going to go cotton. I hope it's not peanuts this year because it really does a number on me. If I get y'all peanuts, you won't. All right, let's see. What is this? That's somebody's live stream. I'm not putting that up there because they're not going to be nice about that. All right, hang on, guys. Let me look at something. Let me take this down and multitask for 1 second. Y'all bear with me because I know where to go. Let's see. Whoops. Here we go. Let's see if they've got anything. Did you just send me something? Thank you. Because I was looking at NBC. You just sent me CBS. Okay. Let me pull this screen down and get over here and grab what I was just sent by my wonderful mod. And check this out. Oh, goodness. It won't let me pull it up in Discord. Well, can you... I don't even know if you guys can see that. Shoot. Hold on. I always forget when something's sent in Discord. So let me look it up on my phone, Butterfly. I'll get the same thing. When I pull out of Discord, it won't let me look at my screen or share screen. It's crazy. Unavoidable circumstances. That's what the headline says. They don't have it on their YouTube channel, though, Butterfly. That's crazy. All right, hang on. Let me try something else. Oh, Lord, my screen went away. There we go. How come all the major networks that are running the feed are not just... they're just showing, we'll be right back. No court today. Y'all not going to come talk about it? Like, nobody's talking about it. They're just like, what? And I don't know why I can't find anything on this damn news. Okay. What are you guys saying? I just Google. Let me do that. Let me hang on. I got to move this out of my way. Close that. There we go. Let me Google. Let's use Google. I'm not calling it Uncle Google because I think that's creepy. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing it. I don't call men daddy, and I ain't calling Google my uncle. I don't even know where that came from. I've seen people doing it. I'm like, ooh, okay, weirdo. Okay, here we go. Okay, I got the same. Here we go. I got it, butterfly. Thank you. Court may come back on Zoom at 11. We need to figure it out. They need to tell us we're canceling the whole day or we're coming back at, I mean, that's ridiculous. But thank you, Walter. I will see what I can find. Okay, let's take a look at what Butterfly sent us. Get this out of the way, get that out of the way. All right. I guess we can. Oh no, that's about something else. Okay. Karen Reed trial will not be happening on Tuesday as originally scheduled due to unavoidable circumstances, a court spokesperson said. The 15th day of witness testimony was scheduled to take place inside Norfolk Superior Court in Denham at 9 a.m. About 20 minutes before the scheduled start of the proceedings, court spokesperson Jennifer Donahue announced the cancellation. Donahue did not release any additional details. It is not yet known who will be the next prosecution witness on the stand when trial resumes. Reed, 45, has pled not guilty to second-degree murder, manslaughter, while operating under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene. Prosecutors accuse Reed. We know all that. But we don't know why they canceled court. I think it's got something to do with you, mister. On Monday, key investigator Bucknick completed his testimony after 3 tense days on the stand and then landed himself on the Brady list. Cross-examination about evidence collection, his relationship with fired Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, and other potential suspects in the case. Yeah. And the reason why Karen's the only one that comes out and talks at the end of the day is because her attorneys are under a gag order, and she is not. So she gets to be her own spokesperson. What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think it's got something to do with Mr. Weirdo landing over there on the Brady list? Saw something on Discord. Karen is sick. Yeah, that's the problem when we see stuff everywhere, right? I don't know what's going on. So that's why I'm trying to find official sources to tell us. Hopefully she's not feeling too bad. Stressed, tired. Let's see. Well, unavoidable. I mean, she could be sick. Maybe it's got something to do with something else. Let's see. Boston Herald. They like you to pay to read their stuff, and I'm not down with paying people to read their articles. I don't got a problem, but I'm not trying to buy the newspaper. Jeez. There it goes. I knew it was going to do that. Tell me I need to pay to look. I'm not going to do it. You got the wrong girl. Boston.com's reporting that they were told in an email from that court lady. There ain't no plea deal truth. Where do you get that, hun? The woman come out and said, I'm not guilty. And you think that they've shown overwhelming evidence at this point that she's like, oh my goodness, I might as well do a plea. We hadn't even got to the accident reconstruction part yet. I haven't got to the dog bite expert people yet, wound care people. I need to hear from medical experts and crime scene reconstructionists because there's a lot of unanswered questions. I don't think they've shown any overwhelming evidence that this woman should be making a plea deal right now. I wouldn't make one if I was her. Nope, nope, nope. Based on what? Me flirting with Higgins? That's what I'd ask him. Because I flirted with his ass. I don't know. Yeah, I seen you. I saw it, Truth. Oh, I know some folks don't mind the caps, but you're yelling at me. I don't mean to yell at you, so I'm trying not to make appear to be yelling. Um, I saw your, it was a question and I answered it. I don't see the question actually sitting here on my screen. It don't show that up, but you said might be a plea deal. Either way, question or fact, I can talk about it and I don't think that's the case. I'm asking you, do you think they've shown enough overwhelming evidence that would make her say, "Oh, I'll plea out today"? I, I don't know what evidence you saw that I didn't. I'm just curious. And this is the thing, the jurors are going to be just like us, right? Just like Joe thought that those text messages made Karen look bad. I did not. What's the juries think? Opposing thoughts there? Probably. You and I disagree on whether or not she's going to take a plea. Why would she take a plea deal? I feel like if you even suggest that she might, you feel like there's overwhelming evidence that she might need to consider. But I don't see it that way. So that's how we need to think about these jurors, right? There's no right or wrong answer. But yeah, I don't think she's taking a plea deal. I don't know why she would. You got a bunch of cops coming up here lying, getting thrown on the Brady list. You were asking me, honey, have you been listening to me talk for a couple of days? No, I don't. She would be a fool to take a plea bargain. Let's be honest. Why would she consider it? First of all, prosecution's got to come in here and say, hey, I will offer you a plea bargain. Do y'all know how plea bargains work? You don't get to just walk in there as a defendant and say, well, I'll take a plea bargain. They might talk to you at that point about one. But you don't just get to go in and say, there's factors that go into plea bargains. You got to agree to this and disagree to that to get a plea bargain. So, Firefly, I promise y'all, I'm not trying. It's hard to decipher what you're saying sometimes. That's why I pick it apart and try to get y'all to answer me when I'm asking y'all because I don't know. I'm not trying to be ugly with truth. I'm just saying, no, I don't. I disagree, ma'am. I don't believe there's going to be a plea bargain because I don't think there's enough evidence to warrant that yet. I just don't see it. I mean, if you had a cop testify for 3 days and then that guy lands on the Brady list for lying about everything he said, would you come the next day and take a plea bargain? They've shown it and they've shown it big time. Let's just take another look at that Brady list because I'm not done. Because we didn't put him on the Brady list. We didn't reach out and say, hey, y'all, please put this guy on there. We think he lied. No, the officials think he lied. They think he needed to be on this list. I'm just here to report that he is. And we're going to look at exactly why he ended up on that list one more time because it's important. Truth, what I'm not going to do today is argue with you. I apologize again if you think I was coming off misputting. I didn't see the question mark on the restream. I got to look at my phone to get the actual thing. You said plea bargain, and I was like, no, I don't think so. It's not like I attacked you or anything, so I'm not putting up with that. Nobody's attacking anybody in this stream. That doesn't happen. We just talk. You always feel like I took you wrong, and I feel like I got to spend 30 minutes explaining that all this, and I'm not doing it. We're grown-ups. Stop. What did I do, Truth? I'm going to bring you up here because I'm not doing that. What did I do to you again? Are you saying that I did? Because I don't mean to. But you come in with statements, I'm going to reply. Or would y'all rather have a creator that ignores chat the entire time and makes y'all pay to get your comments read aloud? Because that's not what I do over here. Bye, girl. Bye. Bye, girl. Okay, now let's get back to the business at hand because I'm not dealing with no nonsense today. I got a Brady list to look at. It is getting old, Truth. Rewind what? All I ask you is if you thought, and you've yet to answer the question, do you believe there's enough overwhelming evidence for her to take a plea bargain? So I don't know if you're being a troll at this point, coming in saying that to get people worked up, or if you honestly felt like there was a possibility. And I don't see that there's a possibility. So we can just disagree, agree to disagree and move on. But you want to act like there's some kind of conflict that we got to go back and forth. And I don't go back and forth for grown ass people. So if you misunderstand me, you're about the only one in here that does. So I don't know what else to tell you. All right. Back to the official statement of Mr. Liar, Liar, Pants on Fire. I'm not even responding. You stop cap. You know what? Truth. Hang on. Because you're going to cap lock me and come in here and try to bait me into a damn argument with you every single time you come in here. You try to bait me. I'm not jumping down your throat, honey. I'm honestly not. I'm asking you, I'm a straight up honest person. I don't beat around the bush. So when I ask you something, you know, ain't nobody yelling at you. My mic might be, I can't help what my mic does. What is she asking me, y'all? What is she asking me? Because I don't see her asking me anything. Everybody's always like I misunderstood truth, but I don't see what y'all are talking about. We were having a conversation about the thingy, about the plea bargain, and I don't see where she was asking me if I thought it was a plea bargain. Either way, I didn't say she made that as a statement of fact. I still disagree whether it was a question or a statement. That's all. So I don't know. She might have been asking, but I still um, replied to what I thought. I will go rewind and hear for myself. So, what question was she asking me, Butterfly, that I yet again misunderstood? Did I think there was a plea bargain? The answer is no. End of discussion. I'll rewind later. I'm not in the mood right now. In fact, I need a cold Coke and a goody powder now. I might be getting a headache. I'm going to go back to this lying cop. In the course of Sergeant Bucknick's testimony during Karen Reed's trial, May 8th and 9th of 2025, defense exposed a series of investigative and procedural deficiencies. Now, I know none of that makes Karen Reed innocent. I'm not discussing her innocence or guilt right now. I'm reading what this man's charges are. Man's charges are. Because I'm not giving men a free pass in life because they're a man. I don't need them. This, Counsel exposed a series of investigative and procedural deficiencies that directly bear on his credibility and the integrity of the prosecution's case. These disclosures constitute Brady material evidence that must be disclosed to the defense and support adding Sergeant Bucknick to the Brady list. Inadequate documentation of evidence recovery. Backdated and secondhand evidence labeling, delayed discovery of new evidence, impaired witness recollection, supervision of disgraced investigator. Now, we can have a conversation about this guy, right? Not some silly plea deal. That's not happening. Taken together, these admissions go to the heart of prosecutorial integrity and an officer's credibility as a witness. Officer's credibility as a witness. So, can we trust any of these police at this point? Or are we going to turn our head and say, oh, they're just cops? Bad Karen Reed, great cops. Supervision of disgraced investigator. As Proctor's supervisor, Bucknick presented in court the very same unprofessional and vulgar text messages that led to Proctor's dismissal for misconduct. Now I'm going to go back up and read a little bit more of exactly what he did wrong that got him here. Because this is unacceptable. This is the stuff that should be making you mad. This should be the stuff that's unacceptable in your book of expertise. This should be the topic. Not is Karen taking a plea deal? Why would she, the day after this man lands on the Brady list for making numerous errors and lies in her case? They're beyond sketchy at this point, Butterfly. They are beyond it, right? They're flat out liars. Sketches, we think y'all might be doing something wrong, but when it's proven, that's different. That's no longer sketch, that's a fact. And the facts are that man landed on the Brady list for what he sat there and said in court. Inadequate documentation of evidence recovery. And if y'all notice my intro that I've had forever, we have a little section in there about evidence and chain of custody because that's my jams. That's why it's there in my intro. I thought about that. I am a one-man band over here. I'm my own producer. I'm my own content creator. I got mods who help me out, and they are excellent for what they do. But the rest is on me. So if I suck, I suck. If I don't, I don't. I can only bring up stuff that we can all like to talk about, and look at. And this is unacceptable across the board under any department. Proper scene documentation is fundamental to preserving the chain of custody for physical evidence. So no general vicinity stuff. We can't have that. They might be more coming, Butterfly. Backdated and second-hand evidence labeling. Under cross-examination, Bucknick admitted that evidence bag labels were completed after the fact. Now let me ask you this, Truth, if you're still in here. Do you agree with all this? Does this not make you second guess or question the investigation? Just a little tiny bit? Just a little tiny bit, being critical minded and open and seeing this in black and white instead of one sided. Delayed discovery of new evidence. Items attributed to the initial scene were in fact discovered by a different trooper. Michael Proctor, as late as February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe's body was found. Again, melting snow, right? Buchanan himself had previously swept the same area without finding those fragments, suggesting that melting snow and other factors may have introduced or displaced evidence. Now, as a grown woman, I understand snow will melt and you might find things that weren't there before because you couldn't see them. Duh. But no. Yeah, Gallagher should be on here, Firefly. I agree with that. I don't even know what you're just... Truth, I'm not oblivious to the cases I cover, hun. I'm not. Just because I said I didn't watch the first trial and I followed it loosely doesn't mean I don't know anything, right? Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. Delayed discovery of the new evidence. Okay, so we talked about this before, but nearly 3 weeks after O'Keefe's body was found, and I've had a problem with that from the beginning. 3 weeks later, with your melting snow story, Buchanan himself had previously swept that area, of course, didn't find anything. Okay. Impaired witness recollection. Could not recall basic details, such as whom he spoke with at the scene or what exactly was communicated, undermining the reliability of his testimony about critical investigation steps. Supervision and disgraced investigator. As Proctor's supervisor, Bucknick presented in court the very same unprofessional and vulgar text messages that led to Proctor's dismissal for misconduct. His role in bringing those texts into evidence highlights a lapse in oversight in subordinate officers whose conduct itself Brady material. Taken together, these admissions go to the heart of the prosecutorial integrity and an officer's credibility as a witness. Federal and state courts have held that any evidence undermining an officer's truthfulness or the soundness of the evidence collection be disclosed. Now, why would this cop feel the need to lie through this whole investigation? Both can be true. Truth, she could have hit him. I've never denied that over here. And if you stuck around long enough for a whole show and listened, you'd know. I've said it every day. I know people are telling me she did not hit him, but these are not experts. They're people who have formed an opinion because they did watch the first trial. And I am okay with letting those people who watched that first trial and determine what they determined sit where they are because they did watch it and I didn't, right? So there's just way too many questions piling up. And nobody's yet to prove that woman hit that man yet. And I keep saying yet because they haven't. I'm not basing it on what social media tells me. I'm not basing it on what, is dug up here and there. I'm trying to go at it and see what's presented in court. And so far, they're failing. All right, I wanted to show you guys something here. Let's some more stuff to look at this morning since we have the day off from court. Let me look at my list because I had an actual way I. Well, you didn't watch the first trial, Truth, and here you are only a little bit into the new trial, and you're already concluded she hit him. Okay. I'm glad you're not a juror. Well, they've raised enough reasonable doubt as far as their evidence collection, right? The evidence collection being all those scattered around pieces of taillight. When were they found? How are they found? All that matters. I got a problem with that shoe not being found that morning sitting right there on that curb. And I don't want to hear how the snow done covered it up at that point, because at that point it had not started. When Karen Reed and Carrie and old Jen showed back up and the cops were called, they're all out there running around and screaming and yell, and they all leave the scene. Still no shoe in sight. And the snow was just starting to come down enough. It should have been seen at some point. But no, nobody saw it. Those are the details I pay attention to. I don't understand that. You would have to be covered in tons of snow and it falling at a rapid rate between midnight and 6 a.m. And the snowfall did not come in until, I'm not even going to go through it again. You concluded when I read the autopsy. Autopsy's not that great. He's got injuries. He's got more injuries to his head than people want to come out here and tell you he had. Okay. This man had fractures to the front of his head and to the back that seemed to be caused by two separate incidents. So I'm not lost on the fact that she could have hit him, but they got to prove it to me now. We got too many shady cops. We have cops on the Brady list. We have fired police officers. So how can I trust their investigation? I'm not going to conclude that woman's innocent or guilty yet because I haven't seen enough, but I've seen enough to tell me I got questions about her alleged running over theory, right? Truth, I'm not going to do this. Okay, let me go on with my show here today because I feel like I'm being distracted and challenged on purpose, and I'm not dealing with it. All right, so let's take a look at something. Yeah, she did. Truth, we have been sitting here watching this trial every day, all day. We know what Karen Reed said. Honey, we're not ignoring that. We know. I may have clipped him. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? We know. I know about what she said to her dad as well. But you don't wonder, you know what? There's no conversation there to be had, honestly, at this point. I'm going to move on. All right, let me pull up a screen here, guys. I want to show you something. I'm not here to debate it with you, Truth. I can't right now, honey. You're going to accuse me of yelling at you and coming at you and all that stuff. And I don't play with people like that. I can't help the way I am. And if I just like direct people, I don't beat around the bush about stuff. I try not to because that's ridiculous. We're adults. Okay. So let me move into this. Truth, every time I say something, you've got something to come back about it as if we're not being critical thinkers here, as if we don't understand John's injuries. Like, I don't come in with that attitude. You can come in with, I think there's evidence she may have hit him, but when you come in with, I know she hit him because I read the autopsy, and it feels like you're saying we aren't smart enough to know the difference. If it's not a debate or an argument, what is it? You coming in here spewing facts for us? Facts we're unaware of because we're not paying attention? I'm done with the conversation now, honey. Don't make me do something I don't want to do, Truth, because I'm really not that person, but I'll do it because I don't want to get mad at you, and I'm not going to go back and forth with you all damn day. So we can just have to learn that we just don't understand each other. All right, that's all it is. Our personalities, you must be a Scorpio, honey. As a former firefighter, first responder, I can tell you some stories from calls and things people say, right, Walter? I bet it's crazy. You hear a lot of things, I'm sure, right? And I don't think people who want to stop and think for a minute believe that. I mean, I think we've all questioned things at some point like that, right? Not like, did I hit him? Did I hit him? But man, did I do that? Or could I have, could this have happened? Could that have happened? Scenarios take place in your brain. And I can certainly understand that statement you just made. And I appreciate that because they will say the darndest things, right? And sometimes it don't even make sense. It can be a trauma response happening. There's all kinds of factors that go into play there. Okay, we understand why you think that it happened, but a lot of us disagree, and that's okay. Okay, so let me find this one right here. 21 True. This is from 7 years ago, guys. This didn't just happen 7 years ago, like I said, long before the incident at Fairview. So I'm going to start this and run grab a cold Coke while I start it. Um, Again, everybody, I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with me and attempting to watch the trial today. Maybe we'll figure out by lunch what's going on here. This came out, let's see, this is about, what's the date on this? Hold on, because I like telling you when these things were aired. So we're all on the same page. So this is from 7 years ago, March 20th of 2018. All right. And it's a story about the Massachusetts State Police. All right, here we go.
Developments tonight on a scandal breaking in the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police. 21 troopers are accused of being paid hundreds of hours in overtime without actually working those shifts. Well, today the superintendent announced that those officers could face discipline.
And many taxpayers just learning about this are furious. WBZ's Christina Hager is live along the Mass Pike in Framingham tonight with the details. Christina?
Well, this overtime was part of an accident prevention program here on the Pike, and that program has since been eliminated. The new head of the state police says auditors are now scouring department-wide, scouring the records to make sure there's no fraud. State Police Colonel Kerry Gilpin says an audit shows 21 troopers assigned to patrol the Mass Turnpike were paid for overtime shifts they did not work.
I came on this job for a reason, to make a difference, for public respect, for public trust, and to think that these alleged actions occurred, not just prior to me, but now under my watch.
The colonel couldn't put a dollar amount on it, but said each trooper allegedly put in for somewhere between 1 and 100 hours of overtime not worked. That amounts to thousands of taxpayer dollars.
It's dishonest. It should be paid back.
But we need the police. My daughter is a police officer herself, so we do need them to patrol, but they need to do it correctly.
The news comes as the state police department is mired in a swirl of other controversies, including the abrupt retirement of Gilpin's predecessor, the former Colonel Richard McEwen, who oversaw the beginning of this overtime audit. The president of the State Police Union said, "We believe the customs and culture that was allowed to flourish under the previous state police leadership has compromised the public's perception and calls into question the integrity of the hardworking men and women of the Massachusetts State Police." And while one of the accused troopers is retired, Governor Charlie Baker says that person's retirement terms may be under review.
For those who are found to have committed what's been alleged, they should face the music.
Another one of the troopers involved is already under suspension in an unrelated matter. The others now face job status hearings. They could face suspension. Ultimately, they could be fired. And the state attorney general is also looking into possible criminal charges. In Framingham, Christina Hager, WBZ News.
Sorry, we're going to look at some follow-ups about that incident. Oh gosh, I got stories for y'all from a couple of different states about police corruptions. No, it's not just in Massachusetts. Louisiana, Kentucky, Maryland. I mean, I can go on and on. Okay, so let's take a look. So that's the beginning. So there were 21 troopers involved in that investigation. Troop E. Troop E was dismantled. Okay. Not all 21 of those cops have been charged during the investigation. So let me take this one down and go pick up the other one where it's going to pick up the story for that one. So that goes back at least 7 years ago when that happened. And there was a big investigation launched into that, and it goes much deeper than what that little piece just told us. Okay, let me get to. Okay, no one's talking about that yet. Okay, court TV. I mean, Law and Crime still showing the outside of the courthouse for some reason. Okay, let me get down here to my list. Okay, here we go. So this is the next one up. All right. So now they're going into arresting some of these troopers. But right here, I think it's 3 they talk about. The ones that are involved in the scandal we were just watching. Okay. So this came out. I'll look at the date in a minute. Here we go.
Facing federal charges for stealing taxpayer money. Good afternoon. I'm Chris McKinnon.
And I'm Kate Merrill. Thanks for joining us. Prosecutors say the troopers put in for overtime. They did not work and then went to great lengths to cover their tracks. WBZ's Christina Hager is live in Boston.
Great lengths
with the very
to
latest
cover
on this
their
breaking
tracks.
story. Christina?
Well, Kate, the U.S. Attorney says today's announcement is just the beginning and not the end of this investigation aimed at figuring out just how widespread this is and whether it is a systemic problem. We're talking about a total of about 54,000 taxpayer dollars allegedly paid to 2 troopers and 1 lieutenant for overtime hours they allegedly never worked. In court documents, they are accused of not showing up for those shifts at all or cutting out of them early, 1 to 7 hours early, but being paid for the full shift. And the U.S. Attorney says they also allegedly altered citations that were issued during their regular shifts to make it look like they were issued during overtime. That all, of course, allegedly an effort to make it look like they were working those hours. They allegedly weren't, in fact, working. Here's what the U.S. Attorney had to say about this.
I would not want this to tar the state police in its entirety with one
Too
brush.
late.
But allegations like this, where you could have widespread systemic corruption, in some ways petty corruption, it's not showing up for a shift and lying about having worked it, I think you need somebody to look at that, because that kind of rot tends to spread.
And we just got a statement from State Police Colonel Carrie Gilpin. She says, as part of the ongoing implementation of our wide-ranging reforms, we continue to audit overtime payments received by department members and to provide the results of those audits to prosecutors for their review of potential criminality. Now, the names of these members of the state police who are facing charges today: Lieutenant David Wilson, Trooper Paul Season, and Trooper Gary Herman. They are expected to appear before a judge here at the federal courthouse later this afternoon on charges of theft of government funds, and this, of course, all part of a larger investigation into alleged overtime fraud within the state police department. That's the latest from the federal courthouse in South Boston. Christina Hager, WBZ News.
Tonight, a state trooper claims that he was forced to change.
Okay, we're going to look at that one in just a second. This kind of tells you how far back this stuff was going and how many others were involved or knew about it, and was corruption just acceptable at some point, right? Between these Massachusetts state police officers. And what do we have at the top of this case in trouble? Massachusetts state police officers. Also makes you wonder about the other departments and their activities. I'm fixing to look at the date on that one. That was the follow-up story to the one we just showed a second ago, which was 7 years ago. Now let me look at the date on that particular one I just showed you, because I did forget to look right before we showed it. Oh, let me make my screen bigger so I can see better. Sorry. Okay. So the one we just looked at was this one. Where'd it go? Because I want to make sure I bring you the right date on the one we just looked at. Okay, that one was, let me see. That was 4 years ago on that one. The police, the piece we just watched where they were finally arrested and charged. Now, I have some articles saved on my bookmarks as well. I'm just showing you some videos right now, and that will read further about how they were trying to cover their tracks there. There was one also found very interesting, another story that came out a few years back, and I was like, man, that's just a little, it's getting a little too much. Okay, here we go. Just got to look down my list and make sure I find the right one. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. So this one that I'm about to show you was, let me look at the date on this one. This one was also from 7 years ago. So remember, the troopers got investigated for their little fraud scheme over there with the overtime scandal. And then this one also popped up around the same time. And this is interesting. It just shows you how far the corruption in that state really might go. All right. So here's this one. Let me make that bigger, and I'll hit play.
That he was forced to change a police report after he arrested a judge's daughter for driving while drunk and high. WBZ's David Robichaux has the changes that he says he was forced to make.
Ryan Sevior achieved his goal of becoming a state trooper at age 28.
Year and a quarter on the job or so. I'm trying to do the right thing.
His lawyer says Sevior was trying to do the right thing when he arrested 30-year-old Ali Bebo after she crashed her car on the Mass Pike in Worcester October 16th. In his report, Trooper Sevior says the young woman screamed, quote, "My dad's an expletive judge. He's going to kill me." The trooper also wrote Bebo admitted to performing oral sex on men in return for heroin, and she even offered him sex in return for leniency.
Screaming that she was the daughter of a judge. He did not know the name.
Unbeknownst to the trooper, the suspect's father is Judge Timothy Bebo of Dudley District Court. 3 days after the trooper filed his report, he was awakened by another trooper at the door of his home. He was told to report to the Holden Barracks and ordered to remove sections of his report that included the parts about sex and Bebo's relationship to the judge. He was told the order came from the very top, from Colonel Richard McKeon.
This would not be happening if this was not the daughter of a judge.
The state police released a statement saying the revision consisted only of removal of sensationalistic, directly quoted statements by the defendant, which made no contribution to proving the elements of the crimes with which she was charged.
My father's a judge. Sensationalistic? Really?
The president of the Mass State Police Association told me in his 31 years on the job, he's never heard of a colonel asking a trooper to change a report like this.
I don't understand how the colonel of the state police was putting this in play, and to what end.
Trooper Sevior's attorneys are suing the state police and Colonel McKeon, but they have no evidence that Judge Bebo was involved in the alleged attempted cover-up. In Boston, David Robichaux, WBZ News.
The governor telling me tonight that she is committed to taking any steps necessary to ensure the safety of trainees at the academy following the death of Enrique Delgado Garcia. State Police trainee Enrique Delgado Garcia's dream of becoming a state police trooper was cut short before his class graduation. You hear him in this video taken weeks before tragedy.
I wanted to help people. I wanted to be there for them.
He was laid to rest nearly 8 months ago. The 25-year-old dying at a hospital last September, a day after a boxing exercise at the Massachusetts State Police Academy in New Braintree, raising questions about the program's safety.
Immediately following Enrique's tragic death, I ordered a comprehensive review of training policies at the academy.
Today, MSP announcing several key training changes ahead of its new class of recruits.
I think there's going to be a lot of data that comes out of this particular class.
Todd McGee is a former defensive tactics director for MSP training. He says the new plan to divide the next class into two will be impactful.
Perhaps providing more oversight and more accountability of staff to recruit. Some classes have been in excess of 200 recruits.
The boxing training under scrutiny following Enrique's death will remain suspended until the findings of an internal death investigation are complete.
You just have to have oversight, and you have to make sure that there are built-in controls around all of the physical training exercises.
MSP also appointing a new academy leader to oversee all staff and prioritize safety. The agency superintendent in a statement saying, "We continue to mourn the loss of Trooper Delgado Garcia and extend our deepest condolences to his loved ones. We remain dedicated to ensuring our academy's programs and training practices uphold the highest standards of safety." This is a pilot program for now. MSP saying the outcome will determine if this model will be implemented for future classes of trainees. Reporting outside of State Police headquarters in Framingham, Jennifer Peñate, WCVB News Center 5.
The death of a State Police Academy recruit has brought renewed attention not only to the Academy's training, but also its culture. It spurred us to launch Commonwealth Confidential, State of Policing, a week-long series exploring policing here in Massachusetts. NBC 10's Bianca Beltran has our next story, uncovering a comprehensive review that took place over 3 decades ago that raised concerns about police academy training and the risk it posed to recruits.
It was hell for me in the academy. Derogatory comments like being told to go back to Haiti, sleep, and meal deprivation. These are some of the experiences Giovanni Jean-Baptiste shared with NBC 10 Boston investigators about his time at the Massachusetts State Police Academy. Every day, bullying me. They echo the experiences of police academy recruits 36 years ago.
The recruits were basically hazed. Verbal abuse, physical abuse, taunting, ethnic and racial epithets tossed at them. The idea was that this was a stress-reactive approach to training, and it was meant by some to, say, weed out the weak links.
Former State Representative Kevin Blanchette was part of a panel appointed by Massachusetts Governor Michael Dukakis in 1988. They were tasked with a comprehensive review of training at police academies across the state following the death of Timothy Shepard. Shepard was among a dozen recruits at the Agawam Police Academy hospitalized for exhaustion and dehydration after grueling training. More than 30 years after the intense review, Blanchette shared his reaction to the death of state police recruit Enrique Delgado Garcia following a boxing training at the New Braintree Academy.
I saw that and shivers went up my spine. I turned to my wife and I said, no, here we go all over again. People should not go to a police training academy with the expectation that they might die. And something seriously is wrong.
The panel urged police academies in Massachusetts to eliminate the so-called stress reaction training or modified stress environment training, noting the psychological and physical risks associated with it could not be justified.
I'd like to refer to it as stress inoculation training. High stress in a controlled environment where you can stop the action, provide critique, provide guidance, direction, training, education.
Todd McGee became the defensive tactics coordinator for the Massachusetts State Police Academy in 1998.
And the philosophy is that stress inoculation training better prepares that recruit for real world encounters that they ultimately will face at some point in their career.
More than a third of recruits in the most recent Massachusetts State Police Academy did not finish. That's more than double the national percentage of recruits who did not complete basic training. As an independent investigator looks into the circumstances around Delgado Garcia's death, McGee expects the investigation will examine not only the protocols, but the culture of the State Police Academy.
If the allegations of hazing or harassment are valid, I believe it'll be confirmed. And it'll be confirmed from not another recruit, but I believe that the integrity of the academy members, if they've seen something and at the time maybe walked past it, here's the opportunity to speak the truth.
Massachusetts State Police has vehemently denied the allegations of abuse made by Jean-Baptiste. The training manual for the 90th Recruit Training Troop warns that hazing is not tolerated by MSP. Governor Maura Healey has asked the new colonel leading state police to review the academy's training and procedures. Reporting in the studio, I'm Bianca Beltran, NBC 10 Boston.
And coming up tomorrow night on Commonwealth Confidential, State of Policing, we dive into the laws that make it difficult to get public records. We ask how this impacts transparency in policing and what can be done to pull the curtain back. And that's tomorrow at 7 o'clock. But if you miss it, you can catch it again at 11, only here on NBC 10 Boston.
My team speaks to the family of another recruit who died after state police training. Timothy Shepard was 25 years old when he collapsed after a running exercise. Thank you for staying up with us. I'm David Wade.
And I'm Courtney Cole in for Lisa tonight. The family says Shepard wasn't given water. WBZ Chief Investigator Cheryl Fiandaca uncovered the decades-old case, and in an exclusive interview, Shepard's sisters say the family never got an apology or justice.
It looks like a lot of these articles talk about your family looking for justice.
What is justice? He's not coming back.
For more than 40 years, Timothy Shepard's sisters held on to newspaper clippings about his death.
If I haven't looked through this since I put him in.
Shepard was just 25 years old in 1988. He grew up with 5 siblings and a close-knit family. Newly married, he had a baby on the way and wanted to be a cop.
He was just an overall good guy. He did a lot of work at the volunteer at the Boys Club, worked at the Boys Club, worked with a lot of kids. People still remember him to this day. What a wonderful, coach, mentor he was.
At the time, he was working as a civilian for the Pittsfield Police. Shepard was accepted into the Agawam Police Academy, where they trained officers for regional departments. It was run by the Massachusetts State Police.
He was in top physical shape. Yep. He had actually prepared for it for probably a year. A lot of running, watching his weight.
September 19th was Shepard's first day of training.
I just remember how hot and humid it was. It was right around 4 o'clock, and they were running outside on the track in heavy gray sweat clothes. And at some point, my brother ran off to the side and sat down. Or he sat down. And people went over to assist him, and they were directed not to. Because, he wasn't strong enough. Oh, let him be. So at that point, he was in the sun, in the heat, no assistance. And from there, he went into convulsions and his organs shut down.
Suffering from severe dehydration, Shepard was taken by ambulance to Bay State Hospital, where he fell into a coma.
He got a liver transplant. He ended up in Pittsburgh. He never regained full consciousness.
He died less than 6 weeks later. More than a dozen other classmates also became ill and needed medical treatment.
Keep your back straight.
He was overworked and deprived of water. Yeah. He was abused and deprived of water.
Days after Shepard's death, an attorney general's investigation found a massive failure of the system that led to abusive training.
Just ineffective training. Inhumane training.
30, hit it.
They're under the supervision and guidance of people they're supposed to trust. It was.
Oh my God, guys. I just had to tear this house apart, and I had to rob my grandbaby's toy. My son usually has a whole pack of AAAs and AA's laying around. I usually have extras in here. I don't know where my plug-in mouse went, Firefly. Y'all, I feel like I'm just a mess right now. Okay, hold on. So I had some videos queued up, and I guess it was just rolling through them as I was running around frantically looking. Yeah, you can get on Restream from your phone, but you can't do a whole lot, right? I can't share screens, stop things. There's just a lot you cannot do on your phone, which is why it's not ideal to go live from your phone unless you're just walking around the yard. Okay. Yeah, can you guys hear me? I am back. I had to take me a minute, but I finally found a mouse. Oops. I don't know where my other mouse is at, I'll be honest. I can't remember if my son took it when he took that laptop to his dad's or if it's here in my room somewhere. Yeah, Miss Shorty sent me a link to a rechargeable mouse. I think I better go ahead and order it, right? Because That wasn't cool. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't unmute. I couldn't respond to you guys. It was just like, oh my goodness. All right. So we were discussing the police corruption. What did you guys think about the state trooper who was ordered to change a police report because it was the judge's daughter? That's not acceptable either, right? That just shows, does it show how far and deep this corruption really went in this state? And like I said, there were things that I began to read that it goes all the way from the top in the government down. Now, you guys were, so I'm assuming since you guys were already watching this, you saw the piece about the recruit who lost his life, right? Did we get that one in? I'm sorry. I'm having to ask y'all what you saw on my stream. So this was a follow-up to that from 1988 when the other officer recruit passed away as well. So you got two recruits who have died in their line of training at the academy for Massachusetts state police officers. I don't, that's not cool either. And then go in, you add all this other stuff that's coming in. So I'm gonna let this finish and then we'll get back on track. And thank you guys for being patient with me. Swamp signal coming into play.
It's all the screaming to build you up so they could tear you down and start anew with that mentality of training. It's still in place.
They had to take their lunches out, put them in the floor, stomp on them, and then had to find their own lunch. Totally ridiculous. The cycle needs to be broken.
Yeah.
Now, decades later, the sisters say Enrique Delgado Garcia's death opened old wounds. The state police trainee died 2 weeks ago after a boxing training exercise.
This poor family should not be going through what they're going through. Yeah. Another 25-year-old young man should not have died. Yeah, I really do hope that family finds out what happened.
An independent investigator is looking into the most recent death. As for the Shepherd case, a judge held an inquest into his death and recommended that 3 state troopers be charged with involuntary manslaughter. The Attorney General refused to charge.
Refused to charge them. They refused to charge them. Why is that? So that was the first time in 1988. And then it happens again later, and y'all didn't feel like the first time it was enough to warrant charges. Maybe if they had the culture within that environment wouldn't have continued to brew. Because you can't tell me that it stopped in 1988, not when we have another death occurring later on down the line during recruitment and training for Massachusetts State Police. That's insane to me. Yeah, Firefly, I got to figure out where that mouse went. I got to call my other kid and say, did you take it? If not, it's in this room somewhere. I'll figure it out because I need to have one on standby and I need to order that one Miss Shorty sent me. Okay, let's see. So y'all, it went through that video. It went through the former recruits open up, right, about what was going on there. I don't know if I had them in order, so I can't remember if I had them in order on the playlist or just on my actual list written out for you guys. So what I'll do, so I can figure out which ones you guys saw, I'll ask you. Because I know I didn't have them organized on my list here, just on my piece of paper, my cheat sheet. Jack Nicholson, you mean like the actor? I'm sorry, I'm picturing Jack Nicholson in my head being yeah. Okay. Let me go back to the bottom here because that's where I was at. Okay. So we just watched the recruit who passed away in training in 1988. And I guess it showed the one about the recruits open up? Or did it just go into the spotlight? Here's one that I do want to talk about. Because this kind of goes to, hang on, let me pull it, get the right one. So we all know that they've been doing like, hang on. Okay, It was playing in my ear. I was trying to talk while I was listening while I was talking. Okay, so here we go. Let me pull this screen up. I think this is one you guys saw. If it is, let me know in the chat if you saw this one a few minutes ago while I was running around the house, so I'll know where we're at.
Committed to taking any steps necessary to ensure the safety of trainees at the academy following the death of Enrique Delgado Garcia. State Police trainee Enrique Delgado Garcia's dream of becoming a state police trooper was cut short before his class graduation. You hear him in this video taken weeks before tragedy.
I wanted to help people. I wanted to be there for them.
He was laid to rest nearly 8 months ago. The 25-year-old dying at a hospital last September, a day after a boxing exercise at the Massachusetts State Police Academy in New Braintree, raising questions about the program's safety.
Immediately following Enrique's tragic death, I ordered a comprehensive review of training policies at the academy.
Today, MSP announcing several key training changes ahead of its new class of recruits.
I think there's going to be a lot of data that comes out of this particular class.
Todd McGee is a former defensive tactics director for MSP training. He says the new plan to divide the next class into two will be impactful.
Perhaps providing more oversight and more accountability of staff to recruit. Some classes have been in excess of 200 recruits.
The boxing training under scrutiny following Enrique's death will remain suspended until the findings of an internal death investigation are complete.
You just have to have oversight, and you have to make sure that there are built-in controls around all of the physical training exercises.
MSP also appointing a new academy leader to oversee all staff and prioritize safety. The agency superintendent in a statement saying, "We continue to mourn the loss of Trooper Delgado Garcia and extend our deepest condolences to his loved ones. We remain dedicated to ensuring our academy's programs and training practices uphold the highest standards of safety." This is a pilot program for now. MSP saying the outcome will determine if this model will be implemented for future classes of trainees. Reporting outside of State Police headquarters in Framingham, Jennifer Peñate, WCVB News Center 5.
Sorry, I was muted and didn't realize it. I just got an invite to be somewhere tonight. Not like outside the house, but on the YouTube streets. If it pans out, I'll let you know. Sorry guys, I just got tickled about something. Truth, you come in here and mess me all up on a dang Monday morning, girl. Is it Monday, y'all? It is. No, it's Tuesday. Sorry, you got me messed up on a Tuesday. A Few Good Men was the movie. Yeah, this has been talked about with this case. A Few Good Men came out many a years ago. So I think Publicly Buzzed is going to do a show tonight where he's going to do a little Dateline watch along. And he's invited me to join. So I think I'm going to go join that. If you guys want to come join out. Butterfly, can you drop Publicly Buzzed link in here? He doesn't have it set up yet, but I think he's getting it set up because he's communicating with me on the side over here. So that would be an interesting show for sure. I'll be looking forward to that. Okay, now I'm going to bring up some articles to review with you guys before we get on to some of the other stuff I wanted to talk about. But this is going to pertain to Massachusetts that we're going to look at right now before we go look at some other stuff. Now, I already showed you where Yuri, got placed on the little Brady list over there. Now, going back to Troop E over there in their little scandal investigation, did y'all know that it wasn't until that occurred that they decided putting GPS monitors on their state trooper cars would be a good idea? It's like, what? Y'all need to get with the times, bubbas. Y'all gonna be corrupt. You got to get with the times at least. No wonder you didn't want GPS on your cars. They might realize y'all wasn't at work after all. I don't need cops on the job who aren't doing their job, right? Thank you, Butterfly. Guys, go over there and check out Publicly Buzzed. And I think he's got it down for 8 p.m. Eastern, so that would be 7 Central. when he gets it posted up, you guys can go turn on your notifications if it's something you're interested in. Okay, so let's read this. Massachusetts Governor Charlie Baker said that effective Wednesday, and this was, when was this? 2018. Okay, so effective Wednesday, the state police Troop E has been eliminated, and GPS has been activated in more than 1,000 state police cruisers as part of the ongoing state police reforms. That's insane. That you have to have something happen, right, in order for them to prompt themselves to install these GPS locators like many police cars have. Because you got to keep your cops safe too. What if somebody opens fire on your officer when he stops at a traffic stop and you don't know really where he's at? Did he call in his exact location? It's important to have those things going down. Officer involved shooting, officer down. If he can't tell you right where he's at because he's down, you might can find him through GPS. 30 state police troopers are currently under investigation. 30 troopers. As part of the ongoing overtime pay scandal. Now, you think about it. A pay scandal is one thing, but how much more were they involved with, right? The troopers were allegedly paid for overtime shifts they never worked. The shifts were as few as 1 and as high as 100 per trooper. Per trooper. All of the officers involved in the overtime scandal are from Troop E, which is responsible for the patrolling of the Massachusetts Turnpike and tunnels. I can't believe they just waited till that long to get like GPS into the car. Hang on, let me read this message, guys. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do. Okay. So what we're gonna have to do with Publicly Buzzed, I'm assuming he's going to air the Dateline, but he's going to do it over on Kick. That's where he can get away with it. So we'll start the stream on YouTube. And for those of you who joined us last time I was over there, if you don't have Kick, you can download the app, set up a little account. It's free, and then you can join and watch. And you can watch things over there that you can't watch on YouTube without, getting struck down. So it looks like that's how we're going to play that tonight. So my account's all set up, so I'm good to go. Firefly, I think you have one now. Butterfly, I think you do as well. Guys, it's called Kick, Kick. If you're interested, you can go to your app store and download it. Publicly Buzz does a lot of the Feral Friday stuff over there and things like that. So it's always a fun time. Actually, I'm kind of looking forward to that now. Give me something to do tonight. I like Dan. I like to talk to him, or Steve, whatever. I keep calling him Dan, but it's I'm like, dude, which one are you? All right. Let me get the articles back up that we're going to review. Okay. I don't know why he did. Oh, never mind. Let me respond to this last message, guys, and I'll be right back with you. Okay. All right. Thank you, Butterfly. Does he have it set up already? You are on the job as usual. Yeah, like I said, guys, we'll leave and go over to the Kick app so that we can watch the Dateline episode over there again. And if you didn't get to see it on TV, I guess you can come over there and join later. Okay. Let me look through my articles here, the one I wanted to go with first. Okay, here's the one we're going to look at. Yeah, he starts on YouTube, welcomes everybody in. We all join in, and he gives you the gist on the Kick app and what you need to do. And if you want to stay with us, you can then transfer over to Kick with us. So yeah, he starts it on YouTube, and then we move over to the Kick app. All right, let me get the screen up. I don't know why it keeps putting me up there. I have to change it every time. All right, there we go. Okay, you guys can see that. Let me get my chat box back opened. There we go. Yeah, that'll be a fun time tonight. It's weird to say fun when you're talking true crime, but if you like talking true crime, it's fun. Okay. Defendant gave false passing scores on CDL road skills test. Again, welcome to Massachusetts State Police. So we already got them involved in a little overtime scandal going on over here. Yeah, I've not watched too many of their reactions, Truth, because they don't interest me, honestly, because I know what they're going to say already, you know? So I'm here for the. I don't really want to laugh at all the pro burgers. I don't even like calling them that. They can believe what they want to believe. I'm just here for all the evidence. And is it evidence? What's going to happen when we get to court? Is this going to play out? There's a lot of people out there doing damage control since that's aired. Let me just put it that way. There are people out there doing damage control because of what Dateline come out and said and did. Let's just turn the tables right back to them poor little roommates. Y'all go talk about that instead, okay? That's what YouTube is trying to get me to do. Nothing to see here with that nastiness over there on that Dateline episode. I know what they're saying. I choose to ignore them because they're not eating up my energy. I don't care what they think. Boston, a former sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police was found guilty today by a federal jury in Boston for orchestrating a series of schemes to give false passing scores to certain commercial driver's license applicants, including individuals who had failed or did not take the skill test, as part of years-long bribery and extortion conspiracies. Well, there's that word conspiracies, not my word, theirs. I don't even watch them for comedy purposes, Truth, anymore, because it's not comical to me. It's like, do they have a brain? So I can't with that stuff anymore, you know? It's like, huh. I saw a couple things come across my feed and I just kept scrolling. So they've had a years-long problem with this bribery and extortion conspiracies, and now they're over here giving out CDL license to people who absolutely have failed their test. And they talk about it in text messages. They don't think their phones are any concern to anybody but themselves. Yeah, I'm not interested in watching them hunt for giggles. There's enough giggles out there, right? Some of them people, I can't, because it's like, I can't argue with somebody who thinks that way. It's pointless. It's like arguing with a drunk. It's no point. And that's something I don't do, is argue with a drunk person. My God, it's a pointless thing right there. Someone will grow 10 foot tall and bulletproof by the end of the conversation. Gary Cardequest, 59, of Stroughton, was convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy to commit extortion, 1 count of extortion, 6 counts of honest services mail fraud, 3 counts of conspiracy to falsify records, 19 counts of falsification of records, and 17 counts of false statements. Cedar Quest was acquitted of 1 count of conspiracy to commit extortion, 2 counts of extortion, 3 counts of falsification of records, and 3 counts of false statements. U.S. District Court Judge Indira Tawani scheduled sentencing for July 24th of 2025. That would be this year. So this is recent stuff these state troopers were doing. In January 2024, Cedar Quest was charged in a 74-count indictment along with 3 other Massachusetts State Police troopers and 2 civilians. Trooper Calvin Butner, Trooper Perry Mendez, Trooper Joel Rogers, Scott Camarera, and Eric Matheson were all charged. Today's verdict confirms that Gary Cedarquist abused his authority as Massachusetts State Trooper to recklessly bypass long-established testing and safety parameters for commercial driver's license applicants. So they're over here fudging overtimes, getting money for all that. They're over here taking kickbacks for allowing these CDL guys to pass their test and putting them on the streets with all of us Well, not us. I don't live in Massachusetts. But yeah, I don't want anybody out there operating that kind of equipment without the proper license. You run over my baby because you didn't have the proper license, we're going to have a trouble here in just a minute. Today's verdict sends a strong message to those who may be motivated by greed to abuse their positions, and they will be met with the full force of the criminal justice system. Principal Assistant Inspector General, or that was who said that, Miss Elisa there. DOT OIG remains committed to working with our federal law enforcement and prosecutorial partners to uphold motor carrier rules and regulations, which are integral to maintaining safety in our nation's roadways. So if they got their hands dabbling over here, what else are they doing? Wasn't enough that y'all are over there fudging overtime stuff and lying about all that and making all that money when you weren't doing nothing but sitting at home. Then you're over here giving out CDL license for no reason because you're getting paid to do so. What else were y'all all involved in there? What else was there? I'd love to get a look at the Fed's reports right about now. Cedar Crest was in charge of Massachusetts State Police CDL unit, for which former troopers Butner, Mendez, and Rogers were members. Class A CDLs are required to drive combination vehicles, or e.g. tractor trailers. Class B CDLs are required to drive heavy single vehicles, box trucks, oil tankers, and school buses. Test requirements for CDLs are established by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, which is part of the U.S. Department of Transportation. Members of the Massachusetts State Police CDL unit are responsible for administering CDL skill test. The CDL test is a demanding in-person test that consists of 3 segments: vehicle inspection, basic control skills, and the road test. Test scores reported by members of MSP's CDL unit are material to whether applicants meet federal requirements for, and therefore whether the Registry of Motor Vehicles is permitted to issue applicants CDLs in Massachusetts, applicant CDLs. In Massachusetts, the pass rate was 48% in 2019, 44% in 2020, and 41% in 21, and 41% in 2022. Between in or about February 2019 and January 2023, Cedar Crest arranged for him and his co-conspirators to give passing scores to at least 36 applicants, regardless whether or not they had actually passed, or in some cases had even taken the CDL skill test, including in some instances in exchange for bribes. How can we trust the Massachusetts State Police at this point? How can we? That's your fault again, not ours. None of this is to me is run-of-the-mill acceptable stuff. It's not acceptable. Cedar Crest and his co-conspirators used the code word golden handshake, or golden, to identify applicants who received special treatment and were to be giving passing scores on their skills test regardless of their performance. In text message conversations, Cedar Crest and his co-conspirators described a number of golden applicants as performing poorly on their skills test. However, all of the applicants received passing scores. Now they're putting people out there on your streets without any license, didn't even take the test possibly. Among the CDL applicants to whom Cedar Crest gave preferential treatment were 6 Massachusetts state troopers who Cedar Crest falsely reported as having passed a Class A skills test. In reality, however, the troopers did not take the real CDL test. For 4 of the trooper applicants, Cedar Crest conspired with his friend Camara, who worked for a truck driving school in Brockton, to accomplish his offense. So you're recruiting people left and right to help out, right? Wonder who all is recruited to be a part of the dirty cop syndrome. Cedar Crest also conspired with his friend Matheson, who worked for a water company that employed drivers who needed CDLs, to give passing scores to certain applicants affiliated with the water company. My gosh. In exchange, you can't pass a simple test, men. I'm going to call out the men now because most of them are the ones that go out. The women can pass their CDLs. I see them out there all the time. We got a bunch of men who can't, state troopers who can't, so we're just going to pretend y'all took the test. Wow. Men protecting men just is crazy. Who'd have thunk it? All right. Cedar Quest also conspired with his friends Matheson, who worked for the water company. We read that. Okay. Cedar Quest accepted bribes for years of free inventory from the water companies, such as causes of bottled Fiji, Voss, and Essentia water, cases of bottled Arizona iced tea, coffee and tea products, and boxes of Twizzlers and Swedish fish. Are you kidding me? All of which Matheson delivered to an office trailer at the CDL test site in Stroughton. Cedar Quest sent Matheson a text describing one of these applicants as an idiot. Where have we heard that kind of language before? Who had no idea what he's doing and should have failed about 10 times already. Cedar Quest then texted Matheson that Matheson's boss owes big time. Now look, they got water, tea, and coffee and then took it to the little trailer to store it. Look what all we got today for letting these guys pass a fake CDL test. Like, right? Jesus. For some damn water. In exchange for using his official position to give preferential treatment to certain CDL applicants, Cedar Quest accepted a variety of bribes, including inventory from Matheson's water company valued in the thousands of dollars. $750 granite post and mailbox. Look at these little pictures down here in a minute. A new driveway valued at over $10,000 and a snowblower valued at nearly $2,000. Cedar Quest described one such applicant as horrible and brain dead, but gave him a passing score anyway in exchange for the snowblower. I'm sorry, you got a brain dead guy you're giving a CDL license to because you wanted a snowblower? I don't know what to say. Did he take that snowblower down there to Proctor? No, don't use that big giant snowblower. Use a sleep blower instead. That one cost me $2,000. Well, it didn't cost me $2,000, but it cost somebody $2,000. Look, there's this new driveway, guys. He had an old rickety driveway with some broken up pieces on the left there, but he done went and got himself a brand new one. And then he got his friend over here, the co-conspirator, got his snowblower there. All CDL recipients identified as not qualified during the course of the investigation have been reported to the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicles. I didn't see a leaf blower yet, girl. I was waiting for it to pop up. The truth says them fish are kind of pricey. Yeah, he got some expensive candy to go with his water and tea and coffee. I mean, good Lord. Water, tea, and coffee and candy to give somebody a CDL passing test who they think is brain dead. What if that person went out and caused a massive accident on your turnpike, sir, and killed innocent people because he didn't know what he was doing driving that big rig? There you are. I got my candy, so you get your pass. Stefan Stern's stuff. It's all about the candy. All right. These charges of conspiracy to falsify records each provided a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, up to 3 years of supervised release, and a fine of up to $250,000. The charges of conspiracy to commit extortion each provide for a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, up to 3 years of supervised release, and a fine of $250,000. The charges of extortion each provide for a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, up to 3 years supervised release, and a fine of $250,000. Like you just repeated yourself there. The charges of honest service mail fraud each provide for a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, and the same fine applies there. The charges of falsification of records, same sentence, 20 years, $250,000 fine. That's crazy, y'all. They were giving out these licenses in return for water, coffee, and tea and candy, new driveways, whatever. It's like whatever you could offer them, it's like, okay. And we're going to look at another article they have on this where they shared some of those text messages. I'm thinking to myself, these guys must really think their phones are off limits, right? Why are they out there texting stuff they know people can go back and look at? Because did they really think that they were just above it? It's crazy that it went. It just makes you have to really question what else were they doing in that town. Um, you know, if you're willing to do what we've seen so far today, I have to wonder what else were y'all really putting your hands in there. Um, okay, let me go to the next article I had. Going through here. I didn't want to look at that one yet because that's kind of out of order. Hold on. Let me see if this is the one that shows those text messages. Oh, this is a different incident here. Let's look at this one because there's like more than just one or two. It is insane. And that's how I could realize this is going from the top down. Or at least people in the very tops were involved with stuff as far as city council and local governments and top dogs in the government and all that. Okay, this one is Boston City Councilor pleads guilty to federal public corruption charges. This isn't a mass police officer. This is a city council person. So, oops. Again, how far and deep does y'all's corruption really go? Because it's bad enough you got one incident happening, you got multiples. City councilor for Boston's District 7, Tanya Fernandez Anderson, pocketed $7,000 cash from staff members' city-funded bonuses. Boston City Councilor Tanya Fernandez Anderson pled guilty today in federal court in Boston to public corruption charges after receiving a $7,000 kickback from a staff member's funded bonus. Councilor Fernandez abused her position of trust for personal gain and turned a public checkbook into her own private slush fund. Her constituents deserve better than this. They deserve a city representative who respects the whole role of the public service and does not use the power and position to line their own pockets. Her guilty plea today says what she refuses to admit in her media interviews. She broke the law, lied to the public, and used her office for her own personal gain. Ms. Fernandez Anderson leaves a legacy not of a selfless trailblazer, but one of fraud, greed, and deceit. The United States Attorney's Office is committed to ensuring elected officials are held accountable. How many times are y'all going to be asked to look into what's happening down there in the Boston area? I mean, I know y'all keeping a tally of how many times y'all have investigated all these cops down there. So I expect some action eventually. Tanya Fernandez Anderson used the city of Boston. She wielded her official powers for her own financial gain and grossly betrayed the trust of the residents she was elected to serve, said James Crowley, who was the acting special agent in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Boston Division. Insidious corruption like this undermines people's faith in and expectations of their government. Today's convictions should reinforce to both Boston politicos and the public that the FBI remains committed to bringing to justice any elected official who deprives constituents of the honest service to which they are entitled. The guilty plea of Fernandez Anderson demonstrates IRS CI's commitment to identifying, investigating, and prosecuting all instances of public corruption, both in the Commonwealth and across New England. Thomas DeMeo, acting special agent in charge of the Internal Revenue Service criminal investigation. Boston field office. Elected officials are held to a higher standard when they take an oath to serve their constituents, but Fernandez Anderson forsook this oath when she conspired to orchestrate a kickback scheme to enrich herself at the cost of the American taxpayers. Fernandez Anderson currently serves as city council for Boston's District 7, which includes Roxbury, Dorchester, Fenway, and part of the South End. She was first elected to a 2-year term in November of 2021 and won re-election in November of 2023. They're not very good about just deciding who's what in their state over there. Let's just go put her back in office again. In or about 2022, Fernandez Anderson hired 2 members of her immediate family as whoa, red flag right then and there. We don't. Oh lordy. Anyway, she hired 2 members of her immediate family as salaried employees of her city councilor staff. I bet you did. There's laws against that because city councilors are prohibited by law from hiring immediate family members to their paid staff. Fernandez Anderson was required to terminate their salaried employment in or about August 20. Lady, if I knew that sitting here at my desk, you should have known that. Come on. Good Lord, what was she even doing in office if she didn't know that? How come I do and she don't? Lord, y'all, I am just baffled by some of these people's this behavior is ridiculous. We didn't know. Yeah, you did. Fernandez Anderson was required to terminate their salaried employee in about August 22nd, or 2022, sorry. Additionally, in May of 2023, the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission notified Fernandez Anderson that it would be seeking a $5,000 civil penalty payment from her as a result of the violation. In or about November 22, Fernandez Anderson emailed a City of Boston employee regarding her hiring of staff member A, a relative of Fernandez Anderson who was not an immediate family member, as a salaried employee. In her email to the City of Boston employee, Fernandez Anderson falsely represented that she and staff member A were not related. And it says, "Hi, Redacted. I hope you are well. I am very pleased to announce that Redacted, for the record, Redacted is not related to me. Will join my office as Redacted. Will begin journey with us on December 5th. Please support Redacted with onboarding." Redacted again. Salary of $65,000 a year. From in or about early 2023, Fernandez Anderson was facing personal financial difficulty. That'll get you every time, won't it, you corrupt people? Your personal difficulties make you do things for money. The root of all evil, that money. I don't like money. I freaking actually hate money with a passion. That's a whole other story, though. Like, people put too much stock in money and toys. Just go live your life and be happy. If you want a toy or two, that's fine too. Just work hard for it. Don't do like these people and get it on the sly. In or about early 23, that's when she had these issues. Okay. On May 2023, Fernandez Anderson emailed a City of Boston employee instructing them to process a $13,000 bonus for staff member A. Why would they need a $13,000 bonus already? Staff member A deposited the check on May 26 of 2023 and, following Fernandez Anderson's instructions, made 3 separate cash withdrawals over the following weeks in the amount of $3,000, and $4,000. Following the last withdrawal in June of 2023, the two met in a bathroom at Boston City Hall, where staff member A handed Fernandez Anderson $7,000 in cash. In the bathroom. We are just so above the law, we can do whatever we want right here in the bathroom. According to the signed plea agreement in 2022 and 2023, Fernandez Anderson used funds from her campaign account for her own personal enrichment and not for campaign-related expenses. Additionally, for tax years 2021, 2022, and 2023, Fernandez Anderson filed fraudulent federal income tax returns with the IRS. Specifically, Fernandez Anderson omitted approximately $11,000 in income that she earned from a Massachusetts-based corporation from her 2021 tax return, willfully omitted campaign funds that she used for her own personal enrichment from 2022 to 2023 on her tax returns, and willfully omitted the $7,000 kickback she received from staff member A from her 2023 tax return. The charge of wire fraud provides a sentence of 20 years and again the fine of $250,000. U.S. Attorney Foley, FBI Acting SAC Crowley, and IRS Acting SAC DeMio made the announcement today. Assistant U.S. Attorneys Josh Tumulty and Dustin Chao of the Public Corruption and Special Prosecutions Unit are Public Corruption and Special Prosecutions Unit. That thing is thriving right now. So, this is corruption in the city council's office, and we got two separate corruption cases involving the state police. Actually, three now if you include Karen Reed. So what's happening here with these people, and can we trust them, right? I'm having a hard time buying into that I can trust them, because if this was my local people, I don't know if I could be so silent about it. I might be down there with the rest of the people at the courthouse over there on that little strip they gave us on the side. The right to assembly and protest still thrives in America, last time I checked, Bev. Okay, guys, I'm going to move through some more of this. Yeah, it's crazy, Butterfly, that all this is going on in there, and we're not supposed to question it and look at it for what it is and wonder what's happening with this Karen Reed case. First, you got serious overcharges happening. Then you got serious allegations being launched. Then you got serious crime scene investigation stuff happening. Abuse of power, men talking whatever they want in text messages and getting a free pass for it. Well, Proctor didn't until when he got caught, he got in trouble. But other than that, it was business as usual. Yuri didn't reprimand him for all them bad texts because it was business as usual. Right? Ain't the first time they've sat there and went through a woman's phone looking for nudes. You can believe Karen Reed was not the first time they looked at nude photos on somebody's phone. Probably sat around and had a whole bunch of laughs about it. Because I don't do it, but I know people do it. I hear y'all talk about it and stuff. Y'all send the nudes and whatever y'all do. Be careful with that, Strangers might get eyes upon your phone one day. That's crazy. Sorry, I had to yawn. I don't buy new until the old stops working. Me neither. I don't like buying stuff. I'm a cheapo. I'm not like a big spender. I buy what I need, a couple things I want here and there. Other than that, I'm good to go. I'm so easy to please. I don't make myself complicated. You know what I mean? Life can be complicated and make yourself complicated. That's why I ask myself. I'm looking in the bathroom mirror trying to own my stuff. Like, girl, sit down. You're full of yourself today. Right, Truth? I could just hear Truth telling me that in the background. Girl, you're full of yourself. Sit down today. I had to say it. You'd think, our Butterfly, it just makes me wonder what all is going to become of that Fed's investigation, because more has to come out of that than just firing Proctor, and the fact that you got all those statements made under the Brady list for Buchanan, and it spells it out. He lied, right? I mean, he put it all out right there on the witness stand. Okay. So we went over how the troopers got their GPS activated. We went and looked at that. Yeah, frugal. I don't know what you call. I just am not a big spender. Like, I'm not that lady who looks to run out and buy new shoes or enjoys. My sister has a great wardrobe and great shoes. My friends do. I'm just the opposite of that. I'm just not like, I just never have been. Not really frugal. I don't mind spending money, but I like spending money on things I enjoy, like everybody else. But I don't spend money keeping up with other things in life. You know what I mean? What the neighbors got, what my sister might have, or what the person down the road might have. Because I really don't care what y'all got. I just like what I like. But I think people get caught up in that world of we got to be like everybody else. Cops. We've always heard they don't make a tons of money, but apparently these cops over here make all kinds of money. All kinds of money. I like to shop stuff on sale, though. I like a good sale. Spend more money that way, right? You can find something on sale. Okay, so let me look at this one I wanted to show you guys. I wonder if I bookmarked them instead of putting them in the playlist of hers. All right. I meant there, not there. Okay. Y'all, I caught, not to change the subject, but man, I'm kind of glad there's not cameras in the courtroom in Diddy's case, because just what I heard last night that those opening statements were like, I was like, oh my God, them jurors is getting an earful of nastiness. P. Diddy, if some of that stuff is true, man, I just big old no. I'm glad there's not cameras, because there's stuff going on there I don't want to know about. I don't care to be up in people's bedrooms. You know what? My two daughters, one would run to the clearance rack, and one would be like, I'm not going over there. Are you kidding me? She'd be over at the other rack. I'm like, look at my girls, so different. Both picking out beautiful dresses for the dance or whatever. One's on the clearance rack and one is not. I'm like, yep, they're my girls. That's my babies. I'll spend money on going out to eat in a heartbeat. It won't take much to talk me into it, because I don't like to cook. I cook because I have to, but I would just soon go out and eat, let somebody else cook it all for me, and let somebody else clean it all up. I'll just go home and take me a nap now. Okay, so I must have those in my Karen Read playlist that I was looking that I wanted to share with you guys. So let me pull, not like a video. Oh, I got some videos to look at too, but there was a couple of things I wanted to look at here. Okay, this one is, oh, why won't it come up? There we go. I'm just gonna make sure it's not one we showed you. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this article up, and then we're gonna look at some video in a minute. Oh no, I didn't ask for extra screen. Get off there. This thing's got a mind of its own today. Me and Truth coming in hot at each other, my mouse dying, court being canceled. Y'all, I don't even know what's happening. Okay, like I told y'all about a couple days ago, if you expect perfection, you're in the wrong place, right? But if you're just a normal, regular folks like us, you're in the right sheet. Cotton sheets. Girl, I can't live without anything but cotton sheets. I don't like them slicks, that shiny, slick stuff. I'll slide out of the bed. I love to crawl into my bed with some clean, crisp cotton sheets. So relaxing. Y'all are finding out too much about us. All right. That's okay. That's what communities do. Otherwise, it's not a community. Chaos. Truth, have you found your sheets? Did she lose them? Did I miss a comment? You done lost your sheets? Girl. Yeah, I don't buy there's some things I will not skimp on, right? No, I'm not out there buying the cheapest of everything. I'm not that cheap. I'm just saying I'm just not the girl that go out and spend money on a bunch of clothes and shoes. Not my cup of tea. And that's okay if you are that girl. You do you, baby. My grandma was that girl. Okay, my grandma had two closets full of clothes. Some of them still had tags when she passed. My grandma was dressed to the nines from head to toe. I am so not my grandmother. She didn't play around when it come to that stuff. Oh, she's shopping for sheets. Yeah, only get them cotton ones, girl. Okay, Massachusetts State Trooper number 8 had just been arrested and charged with overtime fraud earlier that morning when the top federal prosecutor in Massachusetts sat down for a roundtable interview. Now, this article came out last year. So they're still discussing that fraud scandal. It appears necessary, at least from what we've seen so far, to clean house a little bit at the state police. A little bit? Y'all, as of last year, they decided they need to clean house a little bit. Well, one of your guys got added to Brady list yesterday. Is that house cleaning? How's that for you? The Ogden stables, which were flushed as one of the 12 labors of Hercules, might have been a more apt idiom than clean house, since the arrest and the interview inside the Moakley courthouse occurred 5 years ago. The federal prosecutor at Moakley Courthouse have issued a steady stream of indictments and press releases outlining alleged corruption within the ranks of statewide law enforcement agencies, which has been without a permanent leader for over a year. Wow. The stream includes the former president of the state police's union, who was sentenced to 30 months last year for racketeering. Former president of the state police union. Wow. 30 months in jail for that guy. Along with the union's former lobbyist, he was accused of running the union as a criminal enterprise for their own personal financial benefit. Have we seen enough yet, people, or we need to keep going? Like, my goodness. They need to overhaul all of their departments, it sounds like. And you better start at your top government officials, because it may trickling down to asking those cops to do certain things. Money's a big talker. All these cops get involved in corruption because of money. That's what leads to the corruption, right? Wonder how far back some of their corruption goes. They didn't just become corrupted overnight. Along with the union's former lobbyist, he was accused of running the union as a criminal enterprise. Okay, so let me move up. Earlier this month, a former state police sergeant was sentenced to 3 years in prison. State police sergeant. Days after a former lieutenant and co-conspirator was sentenced to 5 years. So you got state cops getting in trouble all over the place here and getting sentenced. No wonder Yuri was looking a little concerned. He's like, am I next? Earlier this month, okay, I read that part. The overtime scheme dated back to 2015, and they or other troopers stole thousands of dollars by regularly arriving late to and leaving early from overtime shifts. This past January, prosecutors indicated they'd open up a new front with troopers allegedly available to be bought off at bargain prices. Troopers being bought off at bargain prices? Hey, lowlight, welcome in. Yeah, that's what it says. This past January, prosecutors indicated they'd open up a new front with troopers allegedly available to be bought off at bargain prices. Meaning, you know what? I'll take a little bit of money and I'll close my eyes. 4 current and former troopers were hit with a 74-count indictment that alleged they conspired to pass some people who applied for commercial license. Under the state's House Golden Dome, there's been a little interest over the years among legislators to take stock of theft of public funds and abuse of public trust, and whether the agency has been truly reformed. I don't think it has. Got a new one landed on the Brady list yesterday. That's in contrast to their counterparts in Connecticut, who have raised questions about their own troopers. Oh, they got some state troopers to be shady all across the board. I thought Indiana state troopers were bad. Holy mackerel. for the executive branch, the state police fall under Governor Maura Healey's Public Safety Secretariat, whose cabinet chief is Terrence Reedy, a former county-level prosecutor. Asked on Tuesday about the state of the state police, Reedy, who was leaving an unrelated event in Beacon Hill, skittered towards an elevator while directing inquiries to a spokesperson. Don't ask me, ask my spokesperson. The vast majority of nearly 3,000 sworn and civilian members of the MSP, Massachusetts State Police, perform their jobs with the utmost professionalism and compassion every day, a statement released later in the day said. Healey, in February of 2023, appointed Colonel John Mon Jr., a member of the state police since 1993, as its interim colonel, and the search for a permanent leader is in its final stages, according to an administration spokesperson. Candidate interviews are underway, and the search has been both external and internal contenders. They're just trying to find a replacement. To be sure, state officials can tout a host of reforms since 2018, including, this is what they've included since that 2018 investigation: body cameras, GPS locators in state police vehicles, routine payroll audits, and a unit of state inspector general's office with the state police headquarters. So y'all weren't using body cams prior to 2018. They weren't using GPS locators on their state police vehicles, and these cops were running rogue and unchecked. Okay. Let's hope a lot's changed. Apparently nothing's changed since 2018. They weren't afraid of the federal investigations because they continued to do what they were doing. That's insane. The Inspector General's office filed, nobody said, we better back off, y'all, we're all going to get in trouble one day. The Inspector General's office filed a report in April and flagged paid details, which are often lucrative for troopers as they watch over road work or handle security for state agencies or businesses. The office found data that raised concerns that in prior years, troopers may have misrepresented the number of hours they worked. Okay, we pretty much went over that in the pieces we covered earlier. I was looking to see if this one had those messages in it. He acknowledged that the governor under the 2020 police reform law now has the authority to appoint the agency's leader, someone outside the ranks of state police. But he added, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find someone, a higher caliber, widely respected candidate who is a CEO of law enforcement. I don't think people got enough trust in their law enforcement, though, right? Dude, how can you trust the person you're bringing in to replace the bad guys? They make them all look bad. That's the thing. You make all the cops look bad with your little shady activity you got going on over here. I think that's just so completely unacceptable. There's just like too many investigations happening, too many cops doing rogue things. All right, let's pull up a video because I got to go to the restroom. And I'll try to find an update on the trial this morning and see if we can learn from that as well. Let me get this playlist pulled up and see what I wanted to share with you guys next. Okay, let me stop that. Okay. Well, that's going to throw Bev's little schedule completely off right there. No longer are we going to be on track now. Okay. This was one, again, so Commonwealth Confidential. I didn't even know they had a series out. And I found it this morning searching around for stuff. We already have the Canton Confidential that they air. This is something I found. This is was interesting to me because it involves the DA and the police, or the Massachusetts, their relationship. Let's put it that way. Relationships between them. We already saw that one report where we saw the judge's daughter was arrested and they asked the state trooper to change the reports on that. Now we're going to look at this. All right.
Series Commonwealth Confidential looks at another area of policing, officer-involved shootings. NBC 10's Glenn Jones has been looking at the Bay State's investigative process when officers use deadly force and how that compares to other states. And Glenn, what did you find?
Well, JC, I started by looking at the case of Justin Root back in 2020. 6 officers fired more than 30 bullets, killing the 41-year-old who had brandished a paintball gun that was mistaken for a real gun. You may remember the case. It started in Boston and ended in Brookline after a high-speed chase. The use of deadly force was ruled reasonable and justified. We're not trying to re-examine whether or not the shooting was justified, just whether it's a conflict of interest to have district attorneys conduct the investigation since they work so closely with law enforcement on a daily basis. Especially when state police use deadly force. Troopers have detective units embedded in the same offices as DAs. We learned that in the Karen Reed trial. For some people, JC, like the Root family, the DA-state police relationship presents a huge conflict of interest.
Okay, Glenn, but if the DAs don't run the investigations, then who would?
Right. So in Middlesex County, the DA there has been using a judicial inquest to review officer-involved shootings. It's allowable under state law. That process includes live testimony, and this is important. Witnesses can be cross-examined. Also in New Jersey, the Attorney General sends an independent team when there's an officer deadly force anywhere in the state. They do that specifically to eliminate conflicts of interest. We're told Mass State Police is an agency working hard to restore public trust. Eliminating even the appearance of conflicts would be one way to accomplish that. But ultimately, DAs have the final say on how homicides are investigated. That's according to state law. And in every county, the public votes for who the district attorney should be. Tonight's Commonwealth Confidential is really about supplying the information to voters so that they can make up their own minds, both about who their district attorney is, JC, but also what they should expect from that person.
All right, Glenn, thank you. Of course, we look forward to your reporting tonight at.
Now, going back to that, with the DA's office being so close, right? They work in the death investigations, and we know that the DA has their hands in this Karen Reed case. I just thought it was interesting. The DA, there was something else I also found about the DA's office and an office within their office. It felt like it almost, from what I was feeling, a lot of DAs work with the police. That's what they do. Duh, right? But to have them in your pocket is a different sort of thing. And it feels like that's what I was looking at this morning. Are these DAs, putting stuff in their pockets? What's going on here? Hang on, we got some more stuff to review, guys. I just want to see if I can find an update on what's going down with Karen. No. It's weird that these networks have got it up, but they're just like showing nothing. Hold on, I'm reading something, guys. I got to go to an app and look and see what somebody's posting there. Oh, I didn't even know there was an app for that. Oh my goodness. Guys, hold on. Sorry, what'd she say? Oh, duh. Oh, okay. Hang on, guys. I'm installing an app real quick because I want to see if there's any updates on there. Y'all's DA sucks. They got a decent one here in town. He's not been, look, he's not been untouchable either. There's been a couple of things there over the years. Florida's not off the hook either. Just doesn't go as deep as this stuff does. I haven't heard anything about corruption in Florida in a long time. We did once upon a time, though. Just like we used to have all these problems with our Department of Children and Families when they lost that little girl and the public realized she'd been missing for a couple years on their watch. And everybody got mad about it finally and pushed back. And guess what happened? A complete overhaul in Florida of the Department of Children and Families. And now they have their shit together. Hopefully. Sometimes it takes pushback. from your citizens who are sick of it when they find out about it, right? No, I don't want to do that. Maybe later. Okay. Yeah. Your mom knows what's up. She's like, honey, that's been going on for decades. Decades. Okay. Well, I don't see anything updated on here either. All right. So we're going to look at some other things, guys, while we're just I'm just really showing you the stuff I found this morning just by simple searches that talks about all of the corruption just in that state alone. That's not even all of it, that's just some of it. Um, so you got the kickbacks happening with the city council. I haven't even read the article about the other local government officials. We got, the CDL scandal happening. There's three things right there, with the CDL stuff, Troop E and all that they were doing over there, and then the city councilwoman. I mean, like it's starting to stack up, people, and not you guys, but with these police departments, especially with the Massachusetts State Police. That one's crazy. Okay, those were out of Arizona. Okay, let me pull up my articles. Truth. I was reading you guys' comments, getting caught up. Okay. I do wonder who they'll call next on the prosecution side. I'm going to try to look around today for maybe some updated information. What CDL scandal? We were just we covered some of that in the beginning, low light. So there appears that Troop E, state troopers in Boston, Massachusetts there, were in charge of patrolling the turnpike there. And what they were doing was not working at all. They would say they were on overtime. Oh, that's a separate one. The CDL is where they were giving CDL license to men who never even took the test in return for kickbacks on the Massachusetts State Police level. So we presented a couple of things about that in the beginning. So there was a CDL scandal. There's the Troop E scandal over there with the overtime fiasco. And now you have the city councilwoman taking kickbacks. And that's not even all of it. Okay, this one is... Let me see if this is one I've already read, you guys. Okay. Let's see what this one is. Yeah. There's a lot of corruption there, Lowlight, it turns out. Okay. History of the Massachusetts OIG. Established in 1981, the Office of Inspector General, OIG, was created to address problems in public building contracting and also to meet the need of an independent oversight committee. They call it the Ward Commission. About John William Ward and the Ward Commission. John William Ward chaired the Special Commission concerning state and county buildings, which issued a report ultimately leading to the creation of the OIG. The Massachusetts legislature created the commission to investigate alleged corruption in the awarding of the state and county building projects. To see how there's corruption touching a lot of things in this place. The Special Commission concerning state and county buildings soon became known as the Ward Commission. In a memorial tribute, Amherst professor Barry O'Connell called Ward's service an exemplary act of citizenship. According to O'Connell, Ward began his career as Princeton University English professor and later went on to become president of Amherst College. He is credited with helping to establish the field of American Studies. In the late 1970s, Ward entered the public sector, accepting the non-paying chairmanship of Special Commission. In 1980, the commission released its final report on public corruption in state and county building projects. The commission found that billions of dollars had been wasted on building projects. The 12-volume Ward Commission report included that corruption was a way of life in the Commonwealth. It's a way of life in the Commonwealth. It sounds like it. Political influence, not professional performance, was the main condition for doing business with the state. Shoddy work and low standards were the norm. So, yeah, the cops aren't going to do a real good job if they got the higher-ups above them even doing a crappier job. Did y'all recruit them cops? That's my next question. Nothing less, Ward thought was at a stake. Nothing less. Thought was at stake the confidence of the citizens of the Commonwealth in their government, and he sought to restore by ending pervasive corruption of that government. Through the 1970s, the Massachusetts legislature approach to addressing state government's problems, now this is going back into the 70s, problems was to appoint a special commission to deal with them. But the Ward Commission believed this was not an effective or consistent enough approach. It argued that public life was in dire shape indeed. If it relied on special commissions created periodically on the basis of public outrage at a problem or scandal to correct the ills of public life. In addition, the Ward Commission noted a vast middle ground between the state auditor's ability to review all state transactions to a limited degree without the power to investigate, and the Attorney General's power to investigate allegations of fraud on a case-by-case basis. As a result of the Commission's work, the legislature created the OIG in Chapter 388 of the Acts of 1980, and establishing statute is 12A, the general laws. Current acting and former inspectors, and they list those out here. The investigative role assigned to this office goes beyond bringing individuals to account, important as that function is. The Ward Commission explicitly sought to empower this office, just as the Commission itself had been empowered to contribute to the public's understanding of what had gone wrong and to make legislative and administrative recommendations to prevent recurrences. Now, I brought you that because it shows another level of corruption within, over there. I mean, hey, good morning, Tracy. Welcome in. Yes, cash for CDL. Not just cash, honey. He got a brand new $10,000 driveway. He got a $2,000 snowblower and thousands of dollars worth of merchandise, bottled water, bottled tea, coffee, and candy. Like, he wasn't stopping with just some money in the pocket, right? He wanted all of it. So he was getting all kinds of stuff as kickbacks. But yeah, trading all that for CDL license and putting those guys on the road, right? He called those guys brain dead, but he offered them a CDL license for some water. Put us all at risk. Thanks a lot there, guy. It's crazy. I could say I've never seen such, but I'd be telling you a lie. Now, hang on 1 second. I'm making my screen bigger so I can pull something up. Okay. So we're going to take a look at a few other places that have had corruption over the years. Some of these go back as far as 14 years ago, if not more. I mean, and some are current, Yeah, he needed sweetest fish. Stephon Stearns likes his darn root beer candy, and that cop over there taking kickbacks for CDLs, he was into Sweetest Fish. Good morning, Pokemon. Welcome in. Sweetest Fish, what you expect, right? Good one, Truth. Good one. Okay. I'm still laughing at that. Damn it. Okay, this one was over in Baltimore, Maryland. We have some out of New Orleans. We have some out of New York. We got some out of Kentucky. Where y'all want to go first? Who y'all want to go look at first in corruption? Does it matter? They're all corrupt. I don't want to think that any of these cops are corrupt out there, but we can't say that they're not because we have proof that they are. And it really makes the really good cops out there look bad. I've got law enforcement in my family. You know, I don't want cops to look bad, but darn it, when it's out there, it's out there. And we took a look at quite a bit of corruption this morning in Massachusetts alone. For those just joining, if you want to give us a rewind, since the court's not in sessions and stuff we were going to review at lunch, we just went ahead and rolled into it. I did have a technical difficulty at the beginning of the show. My mouse died, my battery died, and I just had to let a few videos play while I found a battery. It took me a hot minute, but I found one. Oh yeah, Truth, girl, I know there's a lot. I'm not, like I told you, I just live right across. I'm like, I could probably throw a peanut and hit the state line, right? So I know about that. We'll have to look at some of that up. You're right. There's a lot that goes down. Them Bama cops, I don't like messing with them Bama cops. I don't mess around in Bama. I know better. I've been on the state line all my life, and I do not mess around over there in Alabama. I know I keep it over here on the Florida side where I know what's up. What? Butterfly. I've got them in my family. I'm not going to say who, what, where, how. I'm just going to say they're in. Yeah. 8:11. It's 10:30. Hey, yeah. Okay. So, and y'all, if y'all rewind the show, y'all might hear me and Truth go back and forth like we usually do, but we just being us. It's all good. We settled it down. Ain't that right, Truth? She's still here, so it's all good. All right. This one we're going to take a look at was like 8 years ago. And this is just to draw it. I'm not really like trying to draw attention to anything. I'm just sharing what I learned in some quick searches this morning after waking up, thinking about it when I woke up. And like I told you, I turned the TV on, and lo and behold, they were talking about it on TV. I was like, let me go look some stuff up. So I did. There was a particular case I knew about back in New Orleans, and I was like, I wonder if I can find anything on that on the YouTube, like from the local news, and boy, did I. Because it kind of shows you how these cops even get involved in corruption to start with, right? And that's what I was wondering, is some of these higher level government officials in Massachusetts were also corrupt. Did they recruit officers? Because that's how it starts. And when I get to the New Orleans stuff, you're going to see exactly how they recruit their officers. You got to know what you're looking for. You don't want them to go tell on you. Then again, they don't want to tell because they're the lone man out. Then they got eyes on them, right? So some of them don't even tell. They just turn their head, or they go about or they join in. It can go either way. Okay, so this one is a report out of Mesa, Arizona. Over there where Miss Ballow's hanging out at. Near her. Let's say it that way. Okay. Now this one, like some of these are not going to be too major. Some will be. We're just taking a look at different levels of police corruption.
He's the only higher-ranking officer in the Mesa Police Department arrested for drunk driving in the last 5 years.
But this wasn't just an officer driving tipsy. It was an alarming intoxication level and a test to see if different rules apply to different people.
Investigative reporter Wendy Halloran joins us with her exclusive story, Professional Courtesy. Wendy.
Professional courtesy, that's how it's referred to when police look out for their own. Cops shouldn't ticket or arrest other cops unless there are aggravating circumstances. Officers expecting them to look the other way. Lieutenant Rick Van Galder works for the Mesa Police Department in the Patrol Division. He also used to investigate other officers as an internal affairs investigator. On a February evening when the lieutenant was pulled over by Gilbert police, he invoked his "I'm a cop" card and maligned the arresting officer. Would he wiggle his way out of it? If that was you, do you think you'd avoid arrest?
Get off my property, please. I asked you, please get off my property.
Mesa Police Lieutenant Rick Van Galder would much rather you didn't know about his arrest.
I can call Gilbert PD.
That wouldn't be the first time he's had interaction with Gilbert police.
911, where's your emergency?
It was February 12th, rush hour traffic on Friday.
We'd like to report what we suspect is a drunk driver.
Hardworking people on their way home after a long work week.
They're completely swerving in between the lines.
Nearly hitting the median multiple times as the driver turned onto Warner Road from Dobson Road. The caller had no idea who was behind the wheel.
There was a yellow license plate, and then I think there was like a blue man.
Gilbert police officer Gonzalo Dominguez was in pursuit of the driver with the fallen officer's specialty license plate when he turned right onto Lindsay Road from Warner Road, swerving back and forth within the lane. Dominguez, a rookie cop, was just starting his field training. Patrol officer Josiah Saladin, his trainer, is with him.
Roll down the back window, please. Officer Dominguez, how are you doing? I need your license, please. Any weapons, anything illegal in the vehicle?
Yeah, I have a gun.
Where's your weapon?
Right there.
Officer Dominguez unloads Van Galder's pistol.
Have you been drinking at all, sir?
Beer,
He would later contradict himself.
All right, it's our job to keep the roadway safe. You should know this, okay?
You understand that I'm requiring the law.
The responding officers seem handcuffed.
We're going to tie our hands. We have odor of alcohol. We have slurred speech. All right, we have your driving behavior.
Is Van Galder implying they're supposed to ignore his actions and give him professional courtesy?
I have 20 years on the job.
Remember, he claimed he had one beer.
Beer. I realize I've had a couple drinks. No argument there.
Van Galder refuses a field sobriety test, wants them to park his car and allow him to walk home. It's a long walk, more than 5 miles.
Just so you know, tomorrow I'll retire.
He wants them to let him go and cut him a break.
Like I said, a lot of police officers feel that pressure to take care of their brethren.
Dwayne Wolf is a retired police officer, now a law enforcement instructor at a community college in Minnesota. A supervisor sets Van Galder straight.
I'm not going to not arrest you in front of me, so... He's not going to not arrest you in front of me.
I'm not telling you that.
But he is. Van Galder is handcuffed.
Unbelievable.
Gilbert police did the right thing and didn't cave into pressure.
That doesn't serve the profession, it doesn't serve the department, and quite honestly, it doesn't serve the officer in order to make them a better officer. They just get the attitude that there are no consequences for my actions, which then encourages them to continue with the inappropriate actions.
Meantime, his wife Teresa, a homicide detective for the Mesa Police Department, is questioned by the field training officer. He realizes she's intoxicated and sees a chunk of chewed pizza fall out of her mouth and land on the seat between her legs.
What in the world?
Neither driver nor passenger, both Mesa cops, are sober enough to be behind the wheel.
Am I a danger to you?
Van Galder is not amused.
Really? Yes, sir. That's ridiculous.
Incensed, they didn't put the cuffs on in front.
Put my hand in front of me. Have the courtesy. I'm
Van Galder is transported to the police station for processing.
about this.
Still miffed about the handcuffs.
Thank you.
Sir, I respect your career, I respect your position.
I'll do anything you want.
He's asked if he'll submit to a blood draw.
Why don't you pull my sleeve and show the thin blue line?
Then he pulls the cop card.
I literally have a thin blue line tattoo on my arm. I've watched officers die. I could have got a little courtesy. For God's sake, man, brother. Come on.
Then he begins to berate Officer Saladin.
How long you been on the job, brother?
Doesn't matter to me.
Why won't you answer that question?
Because you're being confrontational with me. I don't want to sit here and argue with you. You're sitting here and you're belittling me in front of my ITOs.
He goes on another verbal tirade about the handcuffs.
For God's sake, if you want to train him right, you say, this is no threat. Freaking handcuff me in the front. Done deal. Done.
Van Galder suggested the rookie cop should be more deferential in his presence, like those of lower rank than him at Mesa PD.
I literally have.
I respect your input and your advice.
That would right now be in awe and answer every question I say with yes, sir.
Van Galder is put in his place. He's still wanting professional courtesy from the cops.
I can tell you, even if he wanted to do it, I wouldn't allow him to happen.
Lieutenant Van Galder wants to be treated differently than rank and file.
That's my name. You have no idea.
Implies the officers are going to blab about his arrest.
You know my name.
As he exits, Van Galder takes a parting shot.
I mean, you're a Mesa lieutenant. I'm sure you have a stellar career.
You have no idea. Hey, man, I'm not. I apologize.
I appreciate that.
But claims he's been mistreated.
We haven't disrespected you. We haven't mistreated
Really?
you.
You couldn't, honestly.
We can't. We have to follow our policies.
Remember that blood draw? Lab results show it came back at .306.
At that level of 0.3, you are definitely dealing with someone who has had more than 10 drinks, almost 20, and coming up to a level that is really on a lot of the charts. It would be almost off the charts.
Dr. Rebecca Shue is a forensic pathologist and used to work for the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's office.
Just your decision making is greatly decreased if you're even conscious. While I've seen levels that are higher, but that's in the deceased.
She examined the toxicology and arrest reports for us and says the belligerence and arrogance Van Galder displayed was exacerbated due to his alarming intoxication level.
Even to get to that level and to not be unconscious would suggest that he has some level of experience with alcohol.
Mesa Police Chief John Meza declined our repeated requests for an on-camera interview about this case. So we tried to talk to Lieutenant Van Galder and his wife.
Do you have anything to say to your department or to the people that you investigated when you were with Internal Affairs who received DUIs?
Nope. But neither would say much.
Lieutenant Van Galder, you don't have anything to say about this case at all? Why were you driving while intoxicated? Lieutenant Van Galder, the public has a right to know.
I think it's just really very, very fortunate that he did not hurt anyone.
Almost 2 weeks ago, Lieutenant Van Galder pleaded guilty to super extreme DUI. Other charges were dismissed following a plea offer from the Gilbert City prosecutor. That came with a 3-day jail sentence, which he already served. He will be on house arrest for 11 days as part of the plea offer, with electronic monitoring and continuous alcohol monitoring. Mesa PD confirms the termination paperwork has been started against Van Galder, but a final decision has not yet been made. Wendy Halloran, 12 News.
Him and his wife both. I mean, what makes y'all think it's okay for y'all to go out and drink that much alcohol and then both get into the car together and drive home? Because you got this? We got this. We can just drive home drunk, and then to the point where I can chew pizza and let it fall out of my mouth in front of the cop. Lady, you might need rehab. I got a problem when adults allow food to fall out of their mouth because they're heavily intoxicated. I don't find that cute. I don't find that cute at all. I find that extremely wasted. And you need to get... I think y'all might need some help. That's insane. That's just one example, right? And here he is, you know who I am, you know how long I've been a cop, I'm about to retire tomorrow, give me a break, handcuff me in the front. I promise you, if I came at you with all that, sir, you wouldn't care. You know, no matter what story I fed you, it wouldn't be enough. You would want to take me down and charge me with super extreme DUI. And you should if you catch me out and about like that. I wouldn't expect any different. Yeah, it should be an immediate termination. Why they got to figure it out? Why do they have to? I don't care if the guy had 1 day left. He should have waited till he was retired and had a party at the house to celebrate, right? And been a responsible adult. Take away that you're just a cop. I want adults to be responsible adults, period. If not, that's fine too. Just don't make yourself responsible for others. Only worry about yourself. I don't know if she did poke your mom. I don't know. It was so long ago. There's some clips I was putting together this morning on police corruption. I'm sure she did. I just didn't look into her that deep yet. That was one of the things I looked up this morning when I was looking at some other particular stuff, and that one popped up as well. I thought, yeah, that's kind of a good example of a cop wanting special treatment, right? Because that's exactly what he wanted, was some more special treatment. Now, this is also out of Arizona. So this is another one. We're just taking a look at. I did not deep dive these cases and figure out what happened to all the ones. If they're in the reports, they're in there, but I was just looking up police corruption stuff. So this one also came out of Arizona, and this was 4 years ago. Oops. Let me get that out of the way. Let me get me out of the way. There we go.
Investigation, dishonest.
Some of these are really reach disturbing levels beyond just, hey, I'm a cop, handcuff me in the front and don't write me a ticket. Some go way, way, way beyond that.
Cops are supposed to be tracked on Brady lists, so attorneys, defendants, and juries know if they can trust an officer's word. But the Brady system relies almost entirely on voluntary reporting by police departments. ABC 15 investigator Dave Biskobing found there is no oversight, so if police don't investigate their own officers or cover things up, officers will never end up on the list.
That's right.
For years, it was an abusive force kept quiet. Until we got the video and broke the story.
Get your hands up right now. Get your hands up right now.
A 2017 traffic stop. Glendale officers tasered a man nearly a dozen times in front of his children.
Get in front of the car right now. Get in front of the car. Come on.
And according to a lawsuit, Officer Matthew Schneider delivered the final tase to his testicles as he was handcuffed, laying face down on the blacktop on a 108-degree day. An accident? Well, here's another tase threatened with the stun gun placed on his groin. It's one of the most sadistic cases outside experts told us they'd ever seen.
Along with you.
But this story isn't about the abuse of force. It's about what happened behind the scenes. What happened when a fellow officer raised concerns about Officer Schneider's truthfulness and the fact Schneider pulled over the car for an alleged blinker violation he could not have seen. For more than a year, sources say the department slow-walked an internal investigation. We obtained the case and audio of Schneider's interview.
Just looking at the video, all right, I mean, you can't see through that bottom level, all right? Explain to me how how you could have seen the signal from where you're at.
The angle looks horrible. I'm not gonna lie. Now, obviously, watching this, it's not possible that I saw the violation.
In fact, his own body camera footage shows he's in the back alley at least 16 seconds before turning the corner.
Honest to God, I really believed the day that it happened that I saw the no signal. I don't have any explanation for this camera angle. I really don't.
In the end, Schneider was disciplined, but just for his use of force.
Wow.
In the final suspension paperwork in his personnel file, there is nothing about the unseen turned signal violation.
Right, with no sort of standard.
It's exactly the type of thing defense attorneys fear.
So we have 1,400 names of officers who have got serious credibility issues, but we have no way to know how many more should be on this list. And we probably will never know based on the way the system's set up now.
Right, I mean, that's the problem with the system, right? The gatekeepers to these lists are the very people who have an incentive to keep names off the list.
Schneider was Glendale's leader in arrests. The department loved him for it, literally. In his 2017 review, his supervisor wrote, "He has it. He is a bloodhound against criminals and can dig up crime anywhere you put him."
if you don't have a robust internal affairs investigation happening, or you have one that sort of doesn't sustain the allegations or figures out a way to sort of sweep them under the rug, right? That information may never even get to the county attorney's office, which means that officer will never be placed on a Brady list.
Here's something else about the Glendale case. The internal affairs investigator actually concluded it was clear that Schneider could not see through the building to observe the traffic violation. Schneider did not have probable cause, but those findings were overturned by 4 supervisors. Here's what they wrote. I believe that Schneider did observe a legal traffic stop. The one surveillance video obtained does not have the exact view that Schneider had when the violation occurred. Additionally, Officer Pittman advised in his statement that he observed the turn signal violation from a different camera perspective while reviewing the Motel 6 surveillance footage. Catch that? The day after the incident, record shows Schneider and another officer, Jeff Pittman, claim they went back to the Motel 6 and saw another camera angle, proving Wheatcroft didn't use his blinker.
Tried to get that burned. She said she didn't know how. We asked her if she can get the manager to burn it when he got in the next day, but I don't know if that ever happened.
Can you stand by with Mark?
Pittman is a close colleague of Schneider. They worked together for years, starred in Cops TV together. In this scene, they kicked down a door without a warrant.
Did he lock it? Yep. All right.
Using a baby stroller for leverage, with that baby still in it.
Just when you're walking, you need to be on the sidewalk, just not in the street.
In another scene, the pair stop a black man for not walking on a sidewalk. On a road that doesn't have a sidewalk.
Oh my God.
But back to the other Motel 6 camera, allegedly showing the blinker violation. Apparently, the officers never went back or used their body camera to record the screen at that time.
And you guys weren't able to get that video at all?
No, we asked her, and she says she told us she didn't know how.
Finally, in the highest ranking opinions, a commander and assistant chief ensure findings against Schneider won't be sustained. The video obtained does not prove or disprove what Schneider observed while the vehicle turned into the parking lot. Schneider has been adamant during the entire investigation that he observed the driver fail to signal. In other words, taking an officer's word over video evidence.
A lying cop is extremely dangerous because that officer will routinely come into court, look the judge in the eye, look the jurors in the eye, right, and lie.
You'll have your day in court, buddy.
And the problem is that the public, who make up the jury, and even judges, right, they want to believe the officers, okay? They want to.
But can we?
Now, there's no way to put a number on this problem. No way to know how many cases were never opened, swept aside, minimized. Plus, after a couple years, usually 5, officers can purge misconduct from their personnel files. That's why solving this problem may be the most difficult of all. I'm investigator.
Difficult. Pokemon, right? First of all, why are you stopping this poor man? Here's another thing. You do it in front of his children. Most kids, if they have a good father, look up to that dad. He's Superman. And now you got a bunch of cops taking your daddy to the ground and tasing him in the privates over a turn signal. Did he get mouthy with you, Mr. Cop, and you didn't like it? Did he ask you why you pulled him over? That is insane. That's to the level that they take it, and because it's abuse of power is all it is. I'm bored. I need a trip. I need to pull somebody over and do something, right? So I'm gonna fake a turn signal thingy here, and goodness, for people to say corruption doesn't exist, they're not paying attention to the news. I'm not sharing all this to tell y'all cops are bad across the board because I do not believe that. But there's too much shade out there for us to be blind and think this doesn't happen, right? Especially what we're seeing today. Okay. So this one that we're going to look at is about a Boston police department, and this was from 6 years ago. Okay, let me fix the screen. I don't know why it won't stay like that when I do that. Okay, here we go.
Center of one of the biggest corruption scandals in Baltimore police history. Today, the leader of the disgraced unit begged a judge for mercy. Another officer sentence just handed down. WJZ investigator Mike Kelvin live at the courthouse downtown with the breaking developments. Mike?
Vic, Sergeant Wayne Jenkins got 25 years in federal prison earlier today, and moments ago, Detective Marcus Taylor got an 18-year sentence. He gave a rambling speech to the judge. He says he is innocent. He vows to fight this. She says that she regrets that he feels he wasn't treated fairly. She gave the government exactly what they wanted. Again, an 18-year sentence for him. A judge sentenced Sergeant Wayne Jenkins to 25 years in federal prison.
You have a gun and cocaine, probably I would say 2 1/4 just by looking at it.
The former head of the corrupt Baltimore Police Gun Trace Task Force wept and apologized for crimes that prosecutors say included at least 10 armed robberies, planting evidence, falsifying overtime, and selling $1 million worth of drugs, including prescriptions looted from pharmacies after Freddie Gray's death. Do you have anything you'd like to say on behalf of your brother?
No, sir.
Jenkins' family declined comment, but he wept in court, apologizing to his loved ones and the people of Baltimore, including victims like the Davis sisters, whose dad died after Jenkins wrongfully started a car chase.
7 years later, we find out that corrupt cops who swore to protect and serve were nothing more than criminals. He apologized for it, Mr. Jenkins, but it still hurts. It still hurts.
What did you think of his apology? Did you think it was sincere?
I believe it was sincere.
Do you trust the police department after what your family has been through?
No, sir. No, never.
Can anything change that?
I don't think so. Not now.
Federal prosecutors say the Gun Trace Task Force was a criminal gang, describing their corruption as breathtaking, saying officers were greedy and arrogant. They wanted the maximum sentence for Jenkins, 30 years, to send a message. In sentencing Jenkins to less time, the judge said she believed he accepted responsibility and regretted what he'd done. Do you think this sends the right message, this sentence?
It should. If it doesn't, it's something wrong. Something really wrong if this doesn't send the right message.
There are more than 1,700 criminal cases in Baltimore City that have been impacted by the actions of these officers. Both Jenkins and Taylor will serve a period of supervised probation after their eventual release. Live at the federal courthouse, Mike Helgren, double.
Damn. Greed. Arrogance. Abuse of power. It's one thing that comes to my mind each time. Abuse of power. Why would you, do you just, is it such a power trip that you can't help yourself, or you just get in that mode, you know what I mean? Where is that one guy I wanted to show you guys, because it was like, whoa. When some of these cops come out and you figure out how bad they are and then what the other cops do to catch them, that's refreshing to see. Let me look at my list here real quick, because there was something in particular I wanted to show you guys. Oh, let me look at my list. Where'd he go? I've been talking in my headset and I don't know where it's coming from. I'm starting to wonder if I got something open, because I'm seriously hearing something in my headset and it's not anything I'm playing. That's crazy. Okay, so this one comes out of, hang on, let me see the date on this one. Now this one was quite a long time ago. Now this one was actually 10 months ago, and this is part of a investigation that was conducted on the West New York police corruption scandal. I don't know what that, I'll have to look at that. Let me see what Pokemon just put in there. Judge sentenced to 4 years for exposing himself. Holy y'all can click that link she just dropped. I'll read you a little bit. A former judge convicted of exposing himself while presiding over jury trials by using a sexual device under his robe, my God, was sentenced Friday to 4 years in prison. Donald Thompson had spent almost 23 years on the bench and had served as state legislator before retiring from the court in 2004. He showed no reaction when he was sentenced. As his trial this summer, his former court reporter Lisa Foster testified that she saw Thompson expose himself at least 15 times during trial. She never told nobody between 2001 and 2003. Prosecutors said he also used a device known as a penis pump during at least 4 trials in the same period. He got off on trials? Thompson, 59, was convicted last month of 4 felony counts of indecent exposure for incidents that took place in his Creek County courtroom. Thompson, a married father of 3 grown children, testified that the penis pump was given to him as a joke by a longtime hunting and fishing buddy. Oh yeah, you dudes just being dudes again. We're supposed to overlook it. We're not overlooked for our behavior. We're pointed it out. It's pointed out. He said he may have inadmissibly squeezed the pump's handle during court cases, but never used it to masturbate. What was it doing in court with you, sir, if it was a gift from a friend? Why was it in your courtroom near you during proceedings? I'd like to see what else is in your closet. Really, I don't want to know, but I bet there's more. Police built a case against the judge after a police officer testifying in a 2003 murder trial saw a piece of plastic tubing disappear under Thompson's robe. During a lunch break, officers took photographs of the pump under the desk. Investigators later checked the carpet, Thompson's robe, and the chair behind the bench and found semen. Oh my God. Truth, what the hell did you bring us? You and Pokemon over there laughing. I'm the one that got to read it, y'all. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to read it without laughing, but my goodness. Investigators, okay, they checked the carpet and everything, and they're like, oh, you've been doing some nasty business up there. Carmelia Brossette, a senior probation officer for the State Department of Corrections, said in a pre-sentencing report that Thompson refused to undergo psychosexual testing. He's like, no, y'all don't want to delve into that part of my mind. Thompson's denial of the offense would likely present difficulty, if not inability, for treatment providers to provide meaningful and beneficial sex offender treatment. The jury recommended a sentence of 1 year in prison and a $10,000 fine on each count. The jury foreman has said it was the jury's intent that Thompson serve the full sentence. The Judge C. Allen McCall denied a defense motion asking that Thompson be allowed to remain free pending an appeal. Thompson was also ordered to pay a $40,000 fine. Holy crap, y'all. Goodness. Like, Judge, like if I was his wife, I'd be so embarrassed and mad at the same time. Could you imagine how his grown kids felt to find out daddy was up there doing that? Doing what? That's insane. Now, if anybody else, what if a defendant came in and sat down with his pump on like that? Would he be just allowed to have at it? Right, Pokemon? Butterfly, I don't know what's wrong with people. My gosh. All right, let's let this one start. Y'all, for some reason, I am freezing. I don't know why. It's not super hot here right now because it's trying to look like it's going to get gray and cloudy, but I was cold last night. Okay, I just had to turn my fan around and get it away from me because it was making me cold. All right, we're going to let this play for a moment.
It was the biggest police corruption scandal in New Jersey history.
Federal agents arrested 16 people on charges of bribery, extortion, and kickbacks.
The very heart of the West New York Police Department was an elaborate criminal enterprise.
Dozens of police officers.
From the top down, the chief was involved in this.
Acting as if they were above the law.
If you paid a bribe, you got protection. If you didn't pay a bribe, you were raided.
It had been going on for decades.
They did this with impunity. Total, absolute impunity.
Until one young officer risked his life to stop it.
I was reporting back to the FBI. All of this was while wearing a wire for them.
His courageous undercover operation cleaned up a city.
It's a hero in my book.
But cost him his career.
I can't pick up a police job anywhere in the country.
In the movies, we expect the hero to be rewarded. In real life, it doesn't always work out that way.
There's no recovery from this.
Rich Rivera paid a tremendous price for the integrity that he showed.
This will follow me the rest of my life.
West New York is a small town with a big city attitude.
West New York was this gritty community that you really didn't have a good handle on.
Located in the shadow of New York City, it's home to 53,000 people, all jammed into 1 square mile.
As urban can get, just like any congested, neighborhood in Manhattan or Brooklyn or the Bronx.
And along with its big city atmosphere, West New York has always had big city problems.
We had the gambling, we had prostitution, we had after-hour liquor places.
West New York always had an organized crime issue, going back decades.
Growing up, the Italians ran the town, and then after the influx of Cubans that came in, they were well organized and heavily engaged in criminal syndicate activity.
By the 90s, it was the Cuban mob. And the Cuban mob was led by a father and son team, Jose Grana and Jose Grana Jr.
There was a very lucrative prostitution business that Grana Sr. ran. I think the son primarily ran the gambling enterprise.
Odds were taken and bets were placed and collections were made and payouts were made.
They were in the business of crime, and it was very, very lucrative.
But for the young Richard Rivera, crime seemed a long way off. To him, West New York was simply home.
This is the Miracle Mile, right here. This is where I grew up.
What was it like to grow up there?
Oh, it's fantastic. My whole block was kids, all kids, playing all day, every day after school.
Rivera was the oldest child of a truck driver and a stay-at-home mom. To this day, his West New York roots run deep.
All right, man, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming. It was a great, eclectic little neighborhood, only square mile. Everybody knew everybody. It was really close-knit, and I enjoyed growing up there. I loved it. What's going on, bro?
How's everything, all right?
All right, how's your family?
Everybody's doing good. How about yours?
Good, good.
In high school, Rivera was an outstanding football player, an all-county offensive lineman, who dreamed of becoming a police officer. What did working in law enforcement mean to you?
Oh, it meant a lot. It meant helping the community, first and foremost, and then also the excitement of fighting crime and arresting drug dealers and cleaning up the neighborhood.
And it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present this trophy to Richard G. Rivera.
I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of patrolman.
He wanted to be a good cop, and he was.
The reality of being a police officer in West New York was nothing like what Rich was taught at the academy.
The best way to describe it, Walt, is like the Wild West.
There's cops out there that committed crimes, and then there were individuals who would just like talk openly about money.
It's hard to do justice to the enormity of the corruption that was going on in West New York.
Maybe like, what you heard about Chicago, back in the heyday.
Cop goes out on the scene and there's a dead body, and what's the first thing he does? He rifles through the pockets and takes the guy's wallet or money out of his wallet or whatever.
These were not just police officers looking the other way. These were police officers actively taking part in crime.
It was a way of life. It was simply a way of life.
There was a score where guys made out with some money, and they bring it back to the police station. Everyone gets their cut.
Once you take that money,
they got you. You're done. They own you.
No rookie cop in that department had a prayer of doing anything but going along with that culture, with that way of life.
Chief Oriente was in a conspiracy with Jose Grana Sr., who was led his own crime family in town, involving primarily prostitution and illegal gambling machines.
So he had his bag man that would deliver the money there. It was right out of a movie, like, with in a brown paper bag, dropping off money to the chief of police.
One of the things Oriente says is that when he became a police officer in 1956, the very first thing he learned was how to shake people down for money. That's how far back the corruption in West New York had gone.
If he was a good chief, he could have cleaned house. He could have put a stop to it. But of course he couldn't do that.
Under Oriente's watch, illegal gambling was happening right out in the open. There were more than 200 video poker machines in cafes and bodegas all across West New York.
Seeing these machines all over the place, I was saying, what the heck are these?
It was almost like being in Las Vegas, where you could go into a store and gamble on your lunch hour. Except that these poker machines are illegal.
No one's supposed to have them, but nobody's enforcing it. These things are ding, bang, as soon as you walk into a store, and it's right there in front of you, and it's illegal to have it. So how is this possible?
That was all protected. So if you went in there and seized those machines, they would be returned probably within 28 to 48 hours. So it got to the point where even an average officer, an honest officer, it's like, what am I going to do? I mean, I come here, I charge these people, these machines are going to be back there by the time I write the report.
Every once in a while, Oriente would organize a kind of a sham raid and kind of seize a whole bunch of machines out of stores. They were never Grana machines, ever.
Rivera can hear his fellow officers openly talking about taking bribes.
There's a suitcase full of money, and the cops whack it up between each other. True story.
The chief's son stuck his head in the conference room and said, don't forget the chief. The chief likes to eat too.
At the same time, he's not so close to the corruption that he's witnessing things firsthand. But one day, Rich says he saw a sergeant, Carmine Gaeta, coming out of an unmarked storefront, carrying a paper bag.
When I saw Gaeta come out of the place, I'm trying to process it all. He's got something in his hand.
What was he carrying?
A brown bag. And he acted weird when he came out, looking around. Something like you see out of a movie scene.
You thought he had a bag of cash?
I could only assume. I don't know what's in the bag, but there was no croquetas in there, because they weren't cooking much in there, in that place, except the books.
Rich Rivera is actually seeing a sergeant walk out of a known criminal front with what appears to be a bag of cash.
Just was monumental. 25 years old, and I got the whole world on my shoulders here, and I'm trying to carry it like Atlas.
This is a moment of truth.
What is this guy all about? We took an oath. We're supposed to defend the Constitution. We're not supposed to be taking bribes.
Does he say something? Does he report it? Or does he look the other way forever?
So I'm not going to go internally with it, because this has to deal with high-ranking individuals within the police department.
Ultimately, he decides to go home that night, pick up the phone, and call the FBI.
What am I going to do? Pull back now? You can't. It's too late.
And nothing is the same after that. Not for West New York, not for New Jersey, and certainly not for Rich.
Coming up, Richard Rivera puts his life on the line.
I was taking bribes. I was reporting back to the FBI.
But can he bring down both the Cuban mob and the corrupt cops protecting it?
It's hard to imagine how risky this must have been to him, to anyone he cared about.
What are the consequences of it? What could they do to me internally in the police department? What could happen out on the street?
When Crime Files continues. Crime Files continues with Above the Law.
It's 1996 in West New York. Rich Rivera is a young officer who has become aware of terrible corruption in the ranks.
You just observe and report as a police officer, so you make a lot of observations and you start figuring things out.
West New York is dominated by Jose Grana Jr. Together they run prostitution, drugs, and illegal gambling, including these illegal video poker machines in stores all across town.
The cops were on the take. They were getting money for protecting these establishments.
One whistleblower in one department who saw bad and decided to work with the feds to try to clean that situation up.
The FBI asks Rivera to go undercover.
I was taking bribes. I was reporting back to the FBI. All of this was while wearing a wire for them.
It's hard to imagine an undercover assignment quite like this. Rich Rivera has to pose as a dirty cop, and then he has to infiltrate the Cuban mob in town.
The transformation to go from a straight A cop to, you know, the belly of the beast. It was a huge transformation. It was mind-altering.
Each night, Rivera would hit the streets, offering protection to illegal businesses, taking payoffs, and documenting everything. By all accounts, he is remarkably good at this. In about 6 months, he becomes a close associate of Jose Grana Jr.
I built up a small empire.
You basically were playing the role of a kingpin.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I was running the rackets. They got to pay me at the end of the night. It's in cash. It was usually $200 a spot. And then that would accumulate.
It's hard to imagine how risky this must have been to him, to anyone he cared about.
Any move that I had to come up with, it had to be thought out 10 steps ahead, because what are the repercussions of this? What are the consequences of it? What could they do to me internally in the police department? What could happen out on the street?
Even he had to get dirty from time to time to establish or to protect his cover. If he had been pure and clean 24/7, he would have been marked right away, and not just ostracized. God knows he probably would have been killed.
While I was deep undercover, I never left my car unlocked or my windows down, because I had to worry about somebody planting something in it.
Oriente was masterminding and organizing a lot of the corrupt activity.
I muscled in, big time. So much so that I became a threat to the chief's operation.
He's hoping that by taking money away from the chief, he can set things in motion and expose more criminal activity. But tremendous risk to him. His own police chief now is an enemy.
Every other week, sometimes a few times in 1 week, I'm getting notice that I'm being charged with rule violations, policy violations.
Oriente first orders Rivera to undergo a fitness for duty exam, basically a psych exam.
Where he says, you're putting your nose in the wrong place. And then he hands me this order to go to the doctor's office.
He's suspended 3 times. The last time he suspended indefinitely.
I get suspended without pay, which is like a killer for a cop. Now you can't pay your bills, you can't feed your family.
You might think the FBI would stand up for him, but of course they can't. They still have an undercover operation going on. So Rivera is collateral damage at this point.
And there's nobody here looking out for me. I was on my own before. I am definitely on my own now.
Among the suspects were 9 police officers from West New York, including recently retired Chief Alexander Oriente.
Anybody that gets indicted, we suspend. Anybody that declares himself guilty, we fire.
Bought into.
You know, the way that the government prosecuted the case, I think, you know, really bothered everybody.
We could not get a single person who was involved in prosecuting this case to talk to us about it. Not one. They would have to explain their tactics. And even decades later, I'm not sure they want to. In the end, was justice done? Were the right people punished?
The right people were held accountable, sure. but there are a lot bigger fish that got away.
I don't think it was a win for anyone. It certainly was not a win for the people of the city of West New York.
A form of justice was done. Justice is never 100% in my opinion. Justice was done because it removed this huge, festering infection from Hudson County.
Rich Rivera paid a tremendous price for the integrity that he showed.
Oops, if I'd unmute, you could hear me. I just got that, Butterfly. Thank you. Guys, like, yeah. And I had watched another documentary on that same officer, and like the FBI wanted him to go in and do certain things that he was not comfortable with, and he ended up telling them no in the end. And like he said, after that, though, he couldn't even get a job in law enforcement. Why? Because you might snitch on the dirty cops? That's wrong. He should be held up to standard and, like, do right. So it's crazy. So are they afraid if they speak out, they won't be able to get a job anymore, or they'll get so much heat turned on them? Is it worth it? We got to start making it okay for these cops to speak out, right? And like this guy said, why would he go to the department when the department was the problem? You got to go higher, as high as you can get. Yeah, he was brave. He did what was right, and it unfortunately cost him, but he still did what was right. And there's too many that play along. And I've got a couple of things from that as well. But like Butterfly was saying, guys, Court TV did drop a piece finally about the case this morning. I haven't reviewed it yet because I've been here watching this with you guys. So we're going to take a look at it. And y'all still showing the outside of that courtroom on Law and Crime. Y'all need to get jiggy with it. Okay, so like I said, this came out of Court TV a few minutes ago. It doesn't say who it pertained to, but I think somebody was sick. Vinny is live now. I can't air him while he's live, but if y'all want to go watch him, y'all go for it. I'll go watch him in a little bit. We're gonna be going out of here soon anyway. I'm gonna chill since I'm going over to Publicly Buzz tonight. So, okay. This is what Court TV dropped a little while ago. We'll take a look at it, see what this says. Uh-oh. Play, I said. Let's take, is this the right one? I thought I pulled the wrong thing up. Sorry.
I want to share with you a special interview that we did on Opening Statements a few weeks before this second trial in Dedham, Massachusetts began.
All right, Julie, let me just start you here, girl. Okay. She's fixing to come on there and talk. Yeah, I can't play him while he's live. You can play his stuff, but not. I just don't want to do it while he's live. That will not be looked nicely at. I already got an issue playing some of their stuff with music in the darn background. Causes me extra work. All right, I didn't want to. Okay.
Opening statements.
I wanted to see if she said anything about it when she first starts talking. Sometimes Julie just like, it takes forever. Go ahead. Okay. Is he on Court TV live but not on the YouTube, or on both? I haven't checked. I just checked a second ago for something preliminary.
Welcome to Court TV Live. I'm Julie Grint. I want to share with you a special interview that we did on Opening Statements a few weeks before this second trial in Dedham, Massachusetts began. It's an interview with three of victim John O'Keefe's dearest friends. Let's take a look together when they talk about it.
Johnny and I grew up on the same street in a very typical suburban town outside of Boston, a town called Braintree. It's about 15 minutes away from Canton, where everything happened. But growing up, it was a pretty prototypical childhood, kind of tropey in a way.
Yeah, Pokemon, she's dropped the link again. We dropped it in here earlier, and we also told everyone if they are interested to get the kick. I'm going to be joining him over there tonight to go through that Dateline stuff. So yes, he will be showing the Dateline this evening. He'll start on YouTube, then we'll go over to Kick after that. So like I said, if you guys want to explore Kick and see what that's about, Kick, Kick app. He'll also explain it when you join the live tonight. It only takes a second to set up an account, and then you can come over and hang out with us. Thank you, Pokemon.
Away, but we played in the neighborhood a lot, rode our bikes a lot. From nursery school all the way up through high school. We stayed close through college, where Johnny met John Jackson, also on the panel. We all became close friends, stayed friends right through the time where he was murdered.
Oh my gosh. And so let's pick up where you left off. John Jackson, so you met Johnny O'Keefe in college, and what happened then next?
Hey, Julie, good morning. Thank you for this too, by the way. Appreciate it. He was just an amazing man that was easy to get along with. You become lifelong friends with somebody like that pretty easily. And once you kind of got in Johnny's orbit, he kept you in close, and anybody else in his orbit kind of came in with you. So he kept us all pretty tight. He just had that kind of personality about him, and we're going to miss him tremendously. And you can see here there's some support gathering behind this, and we just want everybody to realize, some people looking at this as entertainment, and some people looking at this as some sort of way to fulfill something in themselves. But at the end of the day, Johnny's not here with us anymore. For those closest to him, and for many others, we're going to miss him tremendously. And that's why we appreciate you having us on today, Julie.
Oh, most certainly, John. And then, Jackie, I know that you ended up meeting Johnny. This is after college, when he's working professionally as a police officer, and through a connection with your husband working in the same place. Would you walk us through that?
Sure. I actually knew John just from being around in South Boston, my 20s, and socially before I met my husband. And he was actually with my husband the day that we met. Since he took over being a parent to his niece and nephew, he moved to the town over from us, and we really, formed a great friendship with him, and he'd give us a bunch of his, hand-me-down toys and sports equipment. And, we just thought that he would be somebody we'd grow old with and be friends with forever. And, my husband and John worked at the same station. They saw each other almost every day in the gym. They didn't work in the same department, but at the same time. And, I looking through photos to try and give you, we just didn't have many from the last 5 years, because you don't think of taking pictures with your best friends, and you just kind of hang out, and it's not something you think about. So that kind of stuck out to me too.
Sure, and we thank you for the ones that you did give us to share with all of our viewers, and there are plenty of beautiful ones, but you're right, you never think this friend is going to be gone. I mean, he's in the prime of his life. I want to ask you all to, if you just had to introduce Johnny to all of us, assuming someone at home may be turning on the TV today, if they haven't heard about this case, what would you say about it? How would you describe Johnny? And Brenda, let me go back to you, and might I say, I really appreciate your ball cap.
So no
I know what
updates
that
on
cap
this
means.
about
I'm
what
looking at you, and I
happened.
looked at you. I couldn't see until the shot got bigger. 2490, that's Johnny's badge number. So a way you're honoring him this morning. Describe Johnny to us, please, Brendan.
I think everyone that ever met Johnny would say the same things. Johnny was unbelievably generous. He was unbelievably loyal. Again, as John Jackson had mentioned, once you're in Johnny's orbit, you were there permanently. He was supportive, but his loyalty and his generosity, I think, were two of his most notable qualities.
I mean, what great qualities, right? John, let me go to you next. What else should we know about Johnny?
Well, following up what Brendan said, we'll say it this way, you know, most of us hope at some point in our lives when the moment arrives where you have to step up and be a hero, you'd like to think that you'd be able to do it. And with Johnny, the moment came when, you know, with his niece and nephew, when his sister and brother-in-law passed. And what people don't remember really is the children were 3 and 6 years old at the time. I mean, they were just in the formative years too. And you know, he had a single sort of bachelor lifestyle as a Boston cop. And he put that all on hold, and he just raised those kids. So, you know, when you think about a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old going through what they went through, and Johnny being there at those moments when they wake up in the middle of the night, he was there. He was there for everything. And if you need to know who he was, that's him. So
yeah, a hero. I mean, really, a hero on the streets when he would go to work and put that uniform on, not knowing what he would encounter, but then at home, too, rescuing those children, those sweet children who were orphaned, you know, so sadly, you know, because of both of their parents passing away. I mean, it's almost unthinkable that this tragically happened to those children, and then to lose their uncle, too, who had become dad. I mean, it's just, oh, it breaks your heart. Jackie, to you next. How would you describe Johnny?
I mean, Brendan and John said it, and I actually reached out to a couple of our close friends and asked them if they wanted me to relay anything, because not everyone has this opportunity, which I'm so humbled to have, to kind of share about John. And everyone said the same thing. You know, you could count on him. He was easy to talk to. It was kind of like he made you feel comfortable, you know, speaking to him and just becoming, you know, part of his world. He stood by the people, by his friends, in good times and in bad. And what people kind of don't remember also is that around the same time that his sister passed, his best friend passed, and he took on a lot of that as well. And, you know, he just, and never asked for anything in return, did it quietly, did it, you know, without question. That's just who he was, just who he was.
Well, Jackie, I don't believe we knew that. This is news to me. So, you know, his brother-in-law, his sister both pass away, and then Johnny steps in to be dad to the kids, and then he also loses his best friend, too?
It was a little bit prior to him stepping in, a couple of months prior, but another Boston police officer who is one of his best and dearest friends, and John is actually the godfather to his son. Yeah, I mean, he took on a lot there too, and he just talking to his family, and what they wanted me to convey is that he also was taking, you know, one of his fellow police officers to cancer treatment, and no one ever knew. No one ever knew. He just never would do things for his friends and never ask for anything in return, and that is just really who he was. Unbelievable guy.
Just an unbelievable person. You never hear a bad word about him.
Yeah, you don't. I didn't want to be rude and stop playing something about a person who's passed. Sorry, I was looking at, let me get caught up on chat here. My chat wouldn't move. Okay. What do I get? Kick. Okay, so the Kick app is it's a platform for streaming, and they don't have a lot of the restrictions that YouTube has, like on copyrighted material and things of that nature. So Publicly Buzz does his Feral Fridays from over there, and they watch movies. So tonight we're going to go over to the Kick app. If you download it to your phone, it's free, or whatever your device you got, and you set up a little account, it's all free. And then we start on YouTube, and then you go to the Kick app and you follow Publicly Buzz, right? And we're going to go watch the Dateline over there tonight, from the Koberger thing, because he won't get a strike for that. And I'll be co-hosting over there with him tonight. Arca is my kryptonite. I've seen you around. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, he's a toad, all right. I love your name, by the way. I've like wanted to type that out in chats where I've seen you around. Like, God, I love that name. Yes, it is an app, Rachel. Anybody listening who wants to come over and hang out tonight and do that is always a good time with Publicly Buzzed, and we'll have a conversation around what we see, I guess. What? Oh, sorry, he was getting caught up. So, how he held the cocktail glass. I don't want to misunderstand that. So, just type it. What do you mean? What's your question? Is that a question? I see a question mark this time. I don't think anybody knows what was going on. Did you see what? Okay. So Butterflies saw another little clip a few minutes ago drop from the court TV. Yeah, I agree. People weren't saying bad things. Only thing I can say about John O'Keefe is he might have been a really good man and doing the best he could for his family. I don't think he really wanted children, and he struggled with that. And it was a lot for him to take on, but he didn't want to be honest with everybody and tell them. And he didn't know how to be a good boyfriend. He liked being single. End of story. I got nothing bad to say about the man. I don't know him. My mama taught me not to speak ill of the dead if I can help myself. Again, that depends on you, right? The person. Okay. So this, it started in my ear again. Y'all can get a fired up Julie Brown. Sometimes she gets all irate. Worse than I do. Okay. Yeah, how can you not question the investigation at this point from with what all we've seen? Just reading Yuri's Brady List violations alone was enough, right? And then you got all the other stuff that went on. Yes, thank you there, Pokemon. Kicks and Beta. He's got this show scheduled up as well on the YouTube. Go hit your notifications if you want to come over and hang with us tonight. And then, like I said, we'll travel over to the Kick app once he gets started. And it should be a good time. The way he holds that cocktail glass, that's how the hard, thick bottom of the glass was able to bust a chip of paint. Well, it could. It could have. What? I'm not going to go on a limb and say that's how it happened, but I'm a very logical person. I understand a thick bottom glass smashing into a vehicle would probably cause a scratch, dent, something, if it, depends. But they haven't proven to me that that's how that happened. And I'm not an expert in the field, so, but I do know cars, and I know paint and hard objects. We're rough on cars down here in the South sometimes. Y'all should come go to the racetrack with me.
Core TV Live, I'm Julie Grant. We start with some breaking news out of Dedham, Massachusetts. We've just gotten word that the trial against defendant Karen Reed over the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe is not happening today. A court spokesperson has let us know that due to unavoidable circumstances, the trial is not happening today. So our team on the ground there is working to try to get more information and find out why. So what exactly could this mean? And what does it practically mean for the sides, for the attorneys, for the witnesses, all of them involved? Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, Attorney Randolph Rice. I used to head up the gang unit in the district attorney's office where he was a prosecutor for many years. Randolph, boy, this was a surprise. Everybody was ready to go, and we don't have a lot of information. Just we hear that this is due to unavoidable circumstances. No trial happening today. Well, I'm not going to ask you to speculate on the reasons why. What does it do practically for the lawyers? Let's say the lawyers, the jurors, the people who are coming prepared to do things today, witnesses, all of that. Would you kind of take us behind the scenes as to how things get reconfigured when something like this occurs?
Yeah, this is found time, Julie. I mean, this is amazing when you hear something like this as an attorney, because when you're in the middle of a trial, let me sort of take you inside of this mindset of a lawyer during a trial. You are so exhausted, busy, and you know this from when you practice, is that it's just nonstop. To get a day break, to get some time to catch up, to maybe go back and review testimony, to think about what you're going to ask next, who you're going to call next, how you're going to answer or to ask questions of a prosecutor's witness. It is amazing when you hear something like this. Now, we don't know why, obviously, but it's just great when you hear you have a day to do some more prep or to have a break. It's great.
Right. I love what you said, Randolph, how you called it found time. Because you're right, as a trial attorney, it's very stressful being in the trenches and trying cases. There's hardly time to eat. There's hardly time to sleep. There's hardly time for any diversion, talking to family. Any family of trial attorneys know that it's tough. It's like you're eating on the go. You're racing around. It's not fun. It's very stressful. So you're right. This might be a day to do some extra prep. And so follow-up question for you, please. Let's say you're on the side of the prosecution because they carry the burden. So let's say you get this found time today.
Sorry, guys, I was just Rachel. I do know that she has MS, which is also an autoimmune disease. So I don't know, she could be having issues today. It wouldn't surprise me if it was to do with Karen because she does have a condition. But then again, we don't know. It could be Bev, y'all. Bev might have said, I need a day off.
What might you do with your time today if you're on the side of the Commonwealth?
Well, that's tough. And like you said, Julie, and it's hard to sort of explain this unless you've gone through a very long trial. And while it may not be physically challenging, for some reason, at the end of the day, you are beat, tired. You just feel like you've run a marathon for some reason. It's because you are mentally on for 8 hours. So there's two things the prosecution could do. One, they could take a day of rest, which they may need. They may need that with all the different witnesses, all the sort of the constant, berating questions from the defense that they've had to sort of fight against. Or they take a day to go back and they say, all right, let's review everything that we've done so far and make sure we haven't missed something, to make sure that we don't need to go back and recall somebody to fill in a hole that we missed.
Great points, Randolph. As always, thank you for that. We still are working to find out the reason why. So our team is there. We're in place. We were all ready to go to bring you this trial today.
Well, that ended abruptly. Yeah, thank God I don't have the IBS. But yeah, Karen does have multiple sclerosis, so I don't know, I know she takes medications. And that one thing I was concerned about with her, knowing the condition she has, coupled with all that alcohol she was consuming, is not good for Karen Reed. Not that it's not good to be drinking, I could care less. Physically, it's not good for her. People with autoimmune disease and alcohol are a whole different beast. You can hold your alcohol, but it may not be the best thing for your body. Maybe she's not drinking as much as she once was, so she could feel better. But with autoimmune stuff, you can spend years trying to perfect your diet and everything around you and still wake up feeling like crap at any given moment and not have an explanation as to why. It's just there and you got to deal with it. Yeah, she's had a lot of surgeries. I think she did. I don't think she had too many problems last time, Butterfly, but I don't know. I didn't pay attention a lot. She has Crohn's as well. Or is y'all just talking about Crohn's? Yeah. They've tested my son. Before they diagnosed my son with Hashimoto's, like I was telling them he had, they told my mother for years, nothing's wrong with you, and she kept fighting them and fighting them. They finally diagnosed her. For 10 years, I told them, I've got the same thing my mother has. No, you don't. Turns out I did, in a real bad way. So then you bring along my little child, and here he is exhibiting the same problems, and me telling these doctors, I know what's wrong with my kid. They're telling me everything in the world but what was wrong with him. We went through 6 months of testing for them to come back and say, ma'am, you're right. He's got Hashimoto's just like you and your mom. I know. Now will you please treat my kid accordingly? Right? Autoimmune's a very tricky thing. And when you develop one, the chances are you will develop others. So, no telling. Yeah, MS is a tough one. I will not be surprised if one person I know is not diagnosed here. It can take a long time. The fact that Karen was diagnosed so young and Jen McCabe was shocking to me. two women in the same town both know as younger. It takes a long time sometimes to diagnose this stuff because doctors don't listen, especially to women. Not when it comes to autoimmune. They just don't want to listen to you. You can go in there and tell them, I feel like I'm dying. Something is horribly wrong. They're going to say, well, your blood levels are okay. You're borderline. Go home, baby. You'll be okay. Let that man walk in there with some symptoms and see what happens. I had one doctor tell me about how back in the day, they used to just diagnose women as hysterical women. Like that was going to make me feel better. Like, excuse me, ER doctor, what are you saying? Like, that was so wrong. He almost got an earful. That dude almost got an earful from me, but I refrained myself because I wasn't feeling good. All right, guys. So we went over some stuff this morning about corruption, and corruption there in Massachusetts, and Uri ending up on the Brady list and all that good stuff. So I think there's just a lot to explore there. And I don't think if people don't want to accept that this stuff does happen and that it could possibly be happening here, then you're just not looking at it clearly. I'm not saying it's happening. I don't know what's going on in that case. I'm just saying there's a lot of things leading up to, is there corruption still to this day running rampant in that department? Not just one department, but about 3 of them. And you got to have, like I was saying, when I'm putting this conspiracy together and you want me to buy it, you got to have somebody on the state level to help if they're the actual investigators, Proctor, from the most corrupt department in the state. You got to have some local guys in on it too to help. And when we look at the New Orleans corruption, you'll see how deep and wide that actually can run, right, between multiple levels of cops. It's just not acceptable, because then it causes too many problems when a criminal case is brought to trial, right? If they didn't do their job correctly, then how are we supposed to believe you? Why should we at this point? Yeah, my muscles go through it, and they still tell me there's, yeah, it's a whole thing. You're just crazy, go home. Unfortunately. Shoot, I had to battle a doctor to take my thyroid out. They were running tests. They're like, well, it's a little bit enlarged. I'm like, no, lady, I'm waking up in the middle of the night with a full-on choking episode. You don't understand. Like, I'm having to run outside deep. I had to fight to get my breath, all because my thyroid was so big it was blocking my airway. But they're telling me, no, it's barely enlarged, until they removed it. And they came into the recovery room, and the doctor bent over so apologetic to let me know that my thyroid was 3 times the size that ultrasound told them it really was. And they apologized to me. You freaks, listened to me the first time and this wouldn't have happened. Goodness. So yeah, ladies, don't listen to them doctors, and they if you know your body, push forward if you think you need to. Yes, I kind of saw a little bit about that, Rachel. Like I said, I was getting some preliminary stuff up this morning, and I didn't deep dive a lot of it yet because there was just like so much popping up. I was like, oh my goodness. Gaslighting patients. Yeah, they shouldn't, but they do. And the thing is, not all doctors are bad. Like my son right now, I'm so blessed. He really has a good one, and she's listening, which is a lot more than I can say I was looking forward to, because I know the only doctor in this godforsaken town to treat this disease is only one of them, and I don't care for him. So I had to fight to find him another doctor. I was willing to go out of the darn county to the next county over, or the other one if I had to, but I'm not seeing that guy over there. I don't think he wants to see me neither. All right, guys, for those of you interested, I will be over there at Publicly Buzz tonight, reviewing the Dateline Koberger special with him. And we'll go over to Kick to watch that and complete the show. So if you'd like to come join that, we'd love to see you over there. Yeah, I got a few things on Louisiana there, Truth, as well. (1994) Hurricane Andrew, or you talk, because that wasn't Katrina. It was Katrina in 94, and my hurricanes are running together. I'm in the middle of hurricane country, and they got to pass by me to get to New Orleans, right, to Louisiana, and we feel it when it's passing. We deal with Cat 3s. Here's the thing about the Gulf Coast, we can handle Cat 3s. New Orleans can't because they're below sea level. They didn't listen then. Yeah, Superdome flooded. It was nasty. People died. It was horrible. That was Katrina. But anyway, guys, I'm going to let you go. I'm not trying to look at no hurricane season right now. It's my enemy, but it's coming. All right, typos. Have a good day, everyone. We will see you back here in the morning, and we'll try to get, technically tomorrow's day 16, but it will turn into 15, I guess. I'm not even going to try to figure that out in my head. But we'll come back live in the morning if they come back to court. In the meantime, we'll take a look and, see what else is out there. And if there's anything that comes up overnight, I'll bring that to you guys in the morning when I come back. I do want to check something really quick before we head out. Let me look. I want to just look and see if anything news dropped in the Koberger case files. I don't think it had yet, but I want to always double check in the mornings. And this morning I didn't check. Nah, they're just sealing witness lists and things of that nature. So I'm done with them. All right, guys, y'all have a great day. I'm going to actually get some things caught up around here that I kind of neglected the last couple of days because of this trial. So I think I'm going to use today's time off to get all that done. So I'll be good to go. And I'll see you guys later on tonight if you're around. Until then, I'll see you tomorrow morning if not. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.